Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Are we live yet? Maybe yes, maybe no. No use in having the waiting screen up. Hello. Hopefully you guys can see it. I don't know, I just restarted OBS. Says my bitrate is a little low, no drop frames. How's the quality? Welcome, welcome, welcome. There we go. BB's 3D, welcome. Tiger Flyer, welcome. Who else do we have in chat? Prof Sleeper. And Collie, thank you guys for being my my stream team, letting me know that things weren't connecting right. Hello Jack, welcome. Got Jack and Jeff Montgomery, hello. Working now, okay. I don't know, that was weird. OBS said everything was connected and going 5 by 5, but then nothing was showing up, but okay, we're here now. That's what matters. Thank you guys for hopping into the stream. Today we're gonna be continuing the build of the LDO. Got my LDO t-shirt that I got at ERF, but the LDO V0.2-R1/S1 revision E kits. A little bit of housekeeping. I was able to get this through MatterHackers. They sent it over. Not for necessarily review or to do specific streams on. They just wanted to let people know that they, have these kits and they're supporting me by providing this so that I can do these streams. So that's pretty cool. If you guys want to support them and also support me, there are links to this kit as well as some of the other products that they offer. They do have the V2.4 kit as well. I forget which revision they currently have, but it's generally the most up-to-date. They have a Trident kit. You can pick this up with printed parts. They offer ABS printed parts. You can get different options like a Pi, different options in terms of your Voron Revo nozzles. So they have different kits. They've got the Obsidian nozzles. I think they have the high flow. So a lot of different options that you guys can choose from there. So go and check them out. So what did we get done last stream? Last stream we got the belts done. They're still not perfectly kind of tuned in terms of just like, one is at like 109 and one is at 111. I'm having a hard time getting them kind of tuned into 110. That's always a fun little thing, kind of unscrewing things, tightening it, loosening it, screwing it back up, and then it goes over or under. But we also got to the Polymide heated bed. I gotta say that's one of the highlights of the kit for me so far. This being a much higher wattage bed, it should heat up a whole lot faster. The build process was really, really quick with the heating element already being pre-applied, the thermal fuse already being on there, the thermistor was super easy to screw in, and then everything wired up to the Kirigami frame and all that stuff, super, super easy. We got the bed chain mounted. Oh, there goes my heat, forgot to turn that off. Let's do that real quick. I don't think you guys can hear it, but it makes me kind of talk over it. There you go. Then we got the tool head done. So for the tool head, of course, we've got the Picobilical up here. One thing I did note that I think I might want to change out is that there is a version of this that somebody did a user mod of that has strain relief up here. And if you guys have ever used any of these kits that have an umbilical wire, I don't know about the Picobilical, but the V0 umbilical that I got from Forbot, every once in a while, I kind of have to reseat this. And I think just having some extra strain relief up there would be really, really good. So that's one thing I'm gonna look to print out and change out eventually. But yeah, we also have the lazy cams on here. I didn't do that last stream, I did that off stream, but that's kind of one of the only non-stock elements of this so far. And yeah, I think that's just about it. Picobilical tool head, and that's about everything. Off stream, I didn't really do anything this time. I kind of got organized, and yeah, so we're gonna be, you guys are all caught up. Let's see, Nuno hopped in chat. Welcome Nuno, thanks for hopping in. I got a 100-watt AC bed on my V0.2, heats up super fast. I bet. Yeah, I've got a SSR on my TiVo Tornado that I've kind of Voronized, and it heats up really, really fast. Of course, it's only going to PLA temp, so I only have to heat it up to 70, but it gets there fast, quick, and in a hurry. On the FormBot kit, the Dragon High Flow heats up pretty fast, and it's just sitting there waiting for the 65-watt heater to heat up on that kit. And if you want to actually use that heater to heat up the chamber, it takes quite a while. So really looking forward to this guy. Did you do nozzles on the LED? I did not. I need to figure out how that is going to work on the Picobilical. My understanding is that it's actually a little bit easier to get the 5 volts in the data up there, and then you can pick off ground from like a number of different places. So it's actually easier than on the V0 umbilical. So just got my edge to edge for your 350mm bed. Nice. Gosh, I want to build a bigger printer now. It's really, really bad. That was your next question. What about how to do it with the Picobilical? There are several people. Somebody actually did a guide that you can find on the V0.2 questions or the V0 questions channel on Discord. Somebody has a guide, and if you search for Picobilical, either sequins or LED sequins, you should be able to find it. But yeah, it's in the works. So one thing I do want to do after a while is swap out the regular BMG internals for this guy. This is the Bondtech OEM Ridga. So I think the reverse integrated something. So basically it just has an integrated, what do you call it? I can't think of the word. What is the word on here? Integrated grub? No, it's not a grub screw. Sorry, I'm at a loss for words for some reason today. But this guy is integrated on there. It's basically either press fit or is one piece, I'm not sure. But basically this makes sure that you have gear. There you go, words are hard. This makes sure that you don't have any runouts, so you should get some slightly more consistent extrusion. It does utilize different bearings than the regular BMG internals that you can pick up. But yeah, LDO does provide a what do you call it, genuine Bondtech BMG internals kit, so that's really, really nice. Yeah, this is one piece, so we're gonna do some test prints with the one that came with the kit, and then eventually I'll swap this one out. So I plan on rebuilding the tool head anyway, and so when I rebuild the tool head, I'll probably put the strain relief version of this file on, and I'll look to put in the shroud LEDs, or nozzle LEDs. So yeah, thank you for the vocabulary help. It's only Monday, and I'm already struggling. But let's switch over to the manual. We do need to hop back and forth between the manual and the LDO documentations. That's been one thing that's been a little, I don't know, I don't want to say frustrating. It's been a little cumbersome maybe, kind of having to switch between the Voron actual manuals and go to the build notes. The build notes link out to the LDO's other guides, and I can't complain that they have very good documentation. I think of all the kit providers, they have probably the best documentation. It's just a little disparate right now. So they've got this site, and then they've got this LDO Motion site, then they have their GitHub, and there's a couple other places that they link out to. So it would be great if they kind of had everything just on this site, and you could kind of just follow along somehow with these different guides. It's not bad at all. It's actually really, really good that they have this level of documentation. It can just be a little hard to make sure that you're, keeping an eye on all these build notes and not accidentally forgetting anything. So hopefully we haven't forgotten anything, but yeah, we're gonna keep moving along. We followed the guide for the Picobilical setup up until the tool head was done. And now it looks like the stock thin cleats mount will not work with the Raspberry Pi. So they have some notes about page 186 to 190. So let's get caught up to that, 190. Dragon burner for the next tool head. When I build, so I'm gonna be building an ender wire. That is going to use a stealth burner, a full-size stealth burner with NOMI and CAN bus. When I build something like a Micron, I'll say, I want to definitely use a Dragon Burner. I know you guys are a fan of it. I think, yeah, the performance of the cooling is better, it's lighter. A lot of people prefer it or maybe Zoll, but I hear Zoll or XOL is a little hard to put together. So I'm definitely looking to build a Dragon Burner soon. So one special thing, you know, I already noted that we have the, what are these called? The lazy cams on here. I just like them for being able to lock down the cams on the top hat a little bit better than the stock ones. The other thing that we have is this guy, which is pretty cool. So I took a page out of a combination of Zombie and Mandic Really's book. So Mandic Really designed this hex back panel, which is really, really cool. It's a multicolor print. I just did it with my Prusa MK3S. So you can see we print black first, and I used a PEO, I think it is. It's a PEO or PET. That's the carbon fiber sheet. So it gets this kind of like cool carbon fiber look, which I think looks, you know, very kind of military and Halo-y and Master Chiefy. I did some custom things on here, like the Voron logo was already on there, but I have my channel logo on there. We've got 117 for Master Chief. We've got UNSC, it's a little hard to read, the Xbox logo. Over here we have the LDO logo and my logo again. So that's kind of the only other non-stock part that I can think of that we've put on here so far, but I think it'll look really, really cool. So see what Nuno say. I'm going to do my first print on the V0.2 tomorrow. I'm really liking how it's looking. Nice. Do you have your pictures posted somewhere, Nuno? So far, really liking my G2E on your V0s. There's so many good extruder options now. I remember like when, like the main options were just like, you know, something from Bondtech and a couple things from like E3D. Now there's just so many like free open source ones. Awesome. That looks awesome. Thank you. So props to Mandic Really for the files. You can find it on Things. I think I have this linked in the description. If not, let me know and I'll get it linked. And then props also to Zombie Hedgehog for the idea of using it in a V0 and the inspiration of using one of these pattern build plates. So it's not perfect. I think if I shine the light on it, you know, in the right angles, you guys can see where just some of the bed plate kind of inconsistencies, I can't speak today, inconsistencies are. And you can also see kind of where it like changes direction sometimes and kind of goes somewhere else and then starts printing. But overall, I think it'll look pretty good in the build. So that's gonna be one of the first things that we have to do. So let's get started with that in the manual. I'll keep the overhead cam. Need to get some of these wires out of the way. We also need to make sure that we hook up the ends to these guys. There's DuPont connectors, or not DuPont, but what's the name of them? I'm really having hard with words today, guys. JST connectors somewhere. So sweet, you guys are liking the panel? Yeah, definitely check out the files from Mandic Really if you guys are gonna build a V0, rebuild a V0. I kind of like them a lot. So it looks like the way that we connect these, we need to have 2 screws up top and 2 screws at the bottom. I did preload some screws on the bottom, but I didn't preload any screws on the top, so we're going to have to use some of the slide-in nuts. I have a Discord, but it's not active. It's literally like me and 2 friends on it. So well, we've got to be like members of the same Discords, right? Either Steve's or Narrows or Modbots or somebody's that we can probably share files. Or maybe you should start a build log on either Team FDM or the Voron forums. That would be pretty sweet. I did those lazy cams on my V02 yesterday. They're sweet. Thank you so much. I never knew they existed. I saw somebody talking about them, and after I had trouble with I used a just Allen wrench on mine on the FormBot kit, and it just kind of ate through the filament. So I was like, I kind of like a different option than this. So we need to get this guy in here. Hey, Martin. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for hopping in. But you guys can see that this will replace the stock one. I guess maybe I can grab the stock one to show the difference. it's knocking over my light. So here is the stock panel for comparison. You can see they're the same dimensions. And then they have most of the same holes drilled in them. Or these are printed holes, obviously. This also has a chamber thermistor for something like a PT1000 or something like that. So you might end up using that, but there is one on the Picobilical if I recall correctly. So we need to get these all aligned. I think we need to do 6 screws on here. These 2 are for if you want to do a Bowden setup with something like a pocket watch, I think it's called. I can't recall. I can't keep up with all these extruders. So let's first of all get the screws lined up. And then I'm gonna start recording on all the screens. So I have this for if I end up doing a review. I printed the deck and electronics panel for mine, but not as fancy. Gotcha. I'm on all of those Discords. Yeah, just you know, if there's a good channel to post it, just tag me and I'll find it. Have you seen the Modesty panels? They sound familiar. I know that there's panels that you can put on the sides so that you don't see all of the wiring. Are those Modesty panels? Or am I thinking of something different? I don't know why I still have this panel out, but yeah, from what I can tell, Mandic did a really good job with these, so that's them, yeah. I looked at those and I have those saved in my my liked files, but they should be okay. Are they possible to put in after the panels are on, or are they a pain to put in? So what side is right side up? This side is up. Make sure that these align fairly well. I think the holes might be slightly different than the stock ones, but they're pretty close. So we need to use some slide-in nuts for the first time. That's them. Okay. Hey, Nick. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for hopping in. Only takes a minute to remove the panel and put them in. They don't use any hardware, but they fit perfectly. Gotcha. I think maybe a hex pattern with those, maybe customizing them a little bit, kind of like this panel, could be kind of nice. We'll see. I'm kind of getting in the mood to kind of do a lot of custom stuff on this now. So I tested one of these slide-in nuts. How can we get a good angle on this? Maybe let's try this guy. And then maybe we can zoom in. Oh, it gets a little dark. But we do have these slide-in nuts from LDO. That's not gonna work out well. So these are little square nuts that they've kind of grinded down so that they're a little bit more of a trapezoid shape, and they allow you to kind of slide them into their extrusions post build. So if you miss a preloaded screw, you can use this instead. They're fairly easy to get in on their extrusions from what I've seen. You kind of just have to slot them in the right orientation. You guys ever get poked by like just a little wire or something and think it's an electric shock? Am I the only one? Let's see if I can turn up this. So this lens is one that doesn't have a consistent f-stop all the way through its zoom range. John, hey, in between this and the FormBot kit, which one would you go with? So far, I'd say every part of this build has been smoother than the FormBot kit. The Kirigami Bed being the biggest pain on the FormBot kit. I think I called that out in my review. You can check that video out. I think it should be linked. But yeah, that probably cost me 3 to 4 hours trying to sort out what in the heck was wrong with the Kirigami frame. So just the extrusions are better quality. I assume the motors will be better quality. The rails I'm not too sure about yet, but they do have a Hiwin rail on there. There's a lot of kind of value adds to this kit that if you don't want them, I can see you saying, hey, I don't really want a Voron Revo on here. I don't really want the Picobilical, I'm gonna go CAN bus. I don't really want this bed, I want an AC bed, or so on and so forth. I can see somebody who wants to do a really, really custom, crazy build, not wanting to pay for all these value adds if they're just gonna get rid of them. So that's one reason I can think of somebody going with the FormBot kit. And then the other one is the price. So the FormBot kit is what, $329 before shipping, depending on when you buy it on sale. And this one is $600, I think. So yeah, the FormBot Moons motors are pretty good. LDO, they're just really, really known for their motors because they're called LDO Motors. So yeah, it's kind of hard to judge one-to-one on every single component. So I think you have to kind of look at the feature adds, the stuff that's above the Voron spec, and see, which of those actually appeal to you the most. Because I can see some people not wanting to pay the extra kind of premium for some of these things. They're worth it. Like if you put them one-to-one, the Voron Revo plus an extra nozzle on this, that's like a $150 to $160 value. So, that's a third of the price difference right there. Not saying they're better than the documentation and the kind of community that LDO has fostered is another huge thing. Those are a little bit more intangible, but FormBot had no documentation to the point that I felt the need to kind of put together a lot of documentation for that kit. So that's another big thing. And then the fact that LDO is very well known for all the OEM products that they create for Prusa and other manufacturers, but then they're at every single, maker fair and printing festival and all that kind of stuff. So, I definitely agree with you. I don't want to say it's like splitting hairs. I think everybody has to kind of do their own little bit of a cost analysis of what you value. I talked about in my FormBot kit, different people value different things differently. So, but yeah, I'm gonna try to get a good view of how to get this slide-in nut. So I'm kind of orienting it. It's not gonna want to focus whatsoever. But I'm trying to orient it such that it will slide in. Like so. And it just kind of dropped in. So it doesn't have a carrier or anything, but can you guys see that? It just really dropped into the extrusion. Maybe I can show you on one of these side extrusions and see if I can actually get it out. But basically, if you take it and kind of put it in diagonally and drop it in, it just kind of slides in. And then if you need to fish it out, let's see how hard that is. That might be a little bit harder without something very, very small. I definitely hope you build a Voron, John. It's one of the funnest experience I've had in 3D printing. Just building the printer is a whole lot of fun, and I've learned so much. So if I push this up against something that will stop it from sliding around, I think I should be able to get it out. That's probably not something that they think about in terms of the design, is how people will get an extra screw or extra extrusion or drop-in nut out. Oh, I got it turned up. Maybe a little knife. Can you guys see that? I'm just trying to get it turned straight up so that I can fish it out. So you can get them out if you need to. They're fairly easy to slot in. These are offered in their kit by default, and I think you can buy them from some places online like West 3D or KB3D, so on and so forth. Said I would never have time, but an hour here, an hour there. Yeah, exactly. V0 is a one-day build if you're good at building stuff. Yeah, and you're not streaming. I chat too much, I found out. So we have the drop-in nuts on each side here, so we should be good to go. So now let's put this guy back in. I mean, I've been streaming for how long now, and I haven't gotten basically a single thing done. Let's desktop. Okay, so next page we need to M3 by 6 button head. Hopefully that's still the same for this slightly thicker panel, I think. I'm guessing it should be. Can you guys hear the music at all? It's going, but the last stream I think I had it a fair bit too loud, so I tried to turn it down a little bit this stream. Yeah, I definitely think I'm like slower kind of doing this. It's kind of like if you were building along with somebody and kind of chatting it up and having fun. Three, 4, 5, and 6. I'm not tightening these down all the way because we'll need to get those drop-in nuts kind of set in the right place. Uh-oh. What's that about frying your board? Yesterday I did a new first, fried the MCU of the EBB36 board by accidentally sending 24 volts to the USB data lines. That's not good. Was it just that MCU? Nothing else got damaged? Hopefully, fingers crossed. I wish these were magnetic. All right, we got those two guys set up. We need to get our, so there's 2 screw-in points here, and we need to get those screws aligned. So that is one problem with the drop-in nuts, or complication with the drop-in nuts. If you don't have the carriers for them, they'll kind of just slide around, and it can be a little hard to get oriented. So we might have to turn this upside down, which is always complicated when you don't have the top hat because the tool head sticks out. We're going to use these guys as a little bit of a standoff. You can use filament boxes as well. Trying to show you guys, that's not it. Focus. So here's a little flange with the screw hole that we need to get the no drop nut, or not no drop nut, but little guy aligned with. So flipping it upside down definitely seems to be a good move. I think 3x6s aren't going to be long enough to actually get that started. So let's try 3x, something we have a lot of, 3x10. We have some more stories about burning out electronics. Somebody said they fed mains. You fed mains to a EBB? Did you release the magic blue smoke? So this is a M3x10. I think that should be long enough to actually get it started. The slide inlets also sit a whole lot lower, so they can be a little bit harder to get started. I think Steve used them on something. I maybe should have reamed this hole before I started doing this. Oh no, I think it just wasn't aligned correctly. So M3x10 is too long. It's threaded onto the screw. But can you guys see that? So we need like maybe an 8. Oh, we have plenty of 8s. Yeah, mains will release the magic smoke very quickly. You got less smoke, more explosions, some sparks maybe. Use a ball end for them. Like one of the few times a ball end is appropriate. Where did I do with my ball end? That size. I think I had it over here by the other V0. Oh, I forgot to mention the clipper expander on my FormBot V0 went out. It's just not showing up on USB anymore, so I'm gonna have to probably get a new clipper expander. Is 8 long enough to reach? I think it is. I think it started to thread. Maybe not, it's just spinning. Still aligned. So a 10 is too long and an 8 is too short. What we're using the expander for, so I've got Nevermore, and then I've got my chamber LEDs hooked up to it, and then what else do I have hooked up to it? A chamber thermistor, since you don't get, so I have the chamber thermistor on the, what do you call it, the frame PCB. I have it going into the expander. I don't know if there's a good way besides maybe like trying to hold this upside down and getting this screw started. An 8 is just a tiny bit too short and a 10 is too long. That seems very strange. Like 2 millimeters makes that much of a difference. That's what happened with my EBB. I tried to connect to it after an accident and it would show the green light but no USB connection. Interesting. Tiger, was that a link? Use the magnet. So that's a good tip. Where do I have a reasonably strong magnet? Oh, this is the magnet drawer. I have the magnets from the kit. Let me find those. From the door. Yeah. So I've got the door magnets, which LDO seems to give you more than you need. So I can stick those on my driver to make. We want to try it with the 8mm, don't we? See if you can pull that guy up a little bit. This is a funky problem to have. If I grab the slide-in nuts, they are somewhat magnetic. They stick to it. It is out of alignment now. I don't know if that came from my driver is magnetic and it is pulling it. I need a non-magnetic driver. All right, now let's see if we can get an M3x8 threaded into this guy without accidentally scooting it around the wrong way. Maybe with the magnet now, come on. Did that start? Yeah, got it. Good call on the magnets, that worked. So that's something to think about with these slide-in nuts. Let me get caught up with chat real quick. Oh, my roll wheel is so sensitive. I'm actually building a salad fork right now. Makes me appreciate the Voron documentation. Tiger, did you post a link? I'm not able to see what you posted. Oh, you fat fingered. I struggle a lot when I build my VZ bot compared to my Vorons. Hello, how are you liking the build process so far? I'm really liking it. Simple electronics. It's gone really, really smooth. You have to keep in mind that I have built a whole V0 before this, so you know it was bound to be smoother. But I definitely think that there are parts of the LDO kit which makes the process a whole lot smoother. Their documentation is a little disjointed in that there's a lot of different sites. There's several different sites you have to kind of dig through, but they all link to each other very well. You just have to flip back and forth between the main Voron manual and this guy and their manual. So, but the quality of the parts are really, really nice, and the Kirigami in particular was really, really nice compared to the FormBot kit. What kit did you build last time? I'm likely buying a sidebore one soon. I don't have experience with the sidebore. I think Mandic really has built one, but he built like 2 revisions ago, and then Daniel from Daniel Modbot has built one, and he seemed to have a pretty decent experience with his V0 from them, so. But I think I'm definitely noticing the quality of the parts as one of the differences with the LDO kit. It's still not aligned right. I need a skinnier. Too fat to fit in the channel. All of these are just a little bit too fat. All right, we're gonna try the magnet trick again. You guys can't see all that well. Come on. It's like I'm fishing for a nut. I think that started. You can kind of tell when you get it started when you try to magnetically pull it up and it doesn't come up. Oh, maybe I didn't. Still hasn't started. The Canadian shipping and pricing is really hard. Yeah. Sparta 3D does offer them, and they're based in Canada. I'm trying to think of any other Canadian places that offer them that could at least save you on shipping. But yeah, that's understandable. I don't know if MatterHackers provides good shipping to Canada at all. I would imagine it's probably similar to everywhere else, but they have free shipping in the US. That doesn't help you that much though. Oh, it pushed it out of the way again. And I don't know what I do with the magnets. Oh man, yeah, that's a big price difference. 1,200 Canadian versus Cybor at 704. That's a really big difference. Man, I'm just having a really hard time getting this screw started. It's perfectly aligned. Pass it down there. Try to attract it with the magnets. It's just not having it. Or did it start this time? Yep, it started. Okay. It's just some fishing skills I don't have. So now we can flip this over. Put these guys back over here. The extra mounting points for the panels is very nice. Yeah, it's a good touch. That's kind of like, I don't know if he had that on the first revision, but it's a pretty smart thing to have. Or a user mod. So 2 more slide-in nuts, and hopefully we can keep moving on. So I did preload some nuts down here. Now that's overexposed. So I did preload some nuts down here, but I want to keep that for maybe an auxiliary fan and maybe Nevermore. So it's the only reason I'm not using those. This one didn't quite drop in as easily. Trying to finesse it into place. There we go. Aligned correctly. And I'm a little worried that an M8 won't fit this one because there's a small gap. Probably some shrinkage in my ABS, but we'll see. We need our little fishing setup again. I can hear it make contact with it, but it's not picking it up all that well. You made your own wiring. I rebuilt my V0.2. I just changed a few parts. Bought PTFE wiring and case any kit I build comes without a harness, just include a spool, silicone wire. That's one thing I'm going to be interested to see how difficult it's going to be for the ender wire build. I'm not going to have a harness, so that's one reason I want to go CAN bus, is to avoid getting all the wires up to the tool head. But I think I'll still need like Y chains. So this one's not long enough. Let's try a M10 on this guy. M3 by 10 rather. That actually works out on this side just because there's a slight gap where the panel isn't fully the exact height that this needs to be, so not ideal. I'm gonna say it's probably down to my print and not down to the files. All right, last screw, and then we can keep moving on. Some of these drop in easier than others. Like the first two I dropped in literally just fell in. And this one's taking, these last two are taking a little bit more finessing. Where was that bit I had? misplaced stuff so much. Here it is. There we go. That's a little risky, kind of having to slide it in with a little bit of force. You could risk slightly damaging your extrusion, but looks like either the LDO extrusion, the coating is pretty good because I didn't manage to scratch it. All right. Panel is in. See if I can give you guys a decent looking view of what it looks like. Pretty happy with it, I gotta say. Trying to keep the hardware nice and organized. My Discord name should be Ballistic Tech. I posted this in Steve's chat and in ModBot's chat and in the Polymaker chat. So you can find my name if you go to like the self-promotion channels there, but what do you guys think? How does that look? I still dislike kind of how floppy this can be. I wish that they had something that would kind of maintain it straight up and down. But I think that looks pretty sharp. Yeah, a little bit more complicated than the stock panel. That was an easy panel install, yeah. Looks great, no auto bed loving, not on the V0. So part of the design premise for the V0 was like a very simple cantilevered bed. Do you have too many links on the chain? Possibly, but it goes all the way up and does not hit the... It goes all the way up and doesn't hit the top panel, so I could potentially remove one, but I thought I followed, you know, what they said to do. There's another view of it from the top. I think it, you know, adds a little bit of character compared to the standard black back panel. You can see the carbon fiber at the right angles, little visual interest. All right, next page. You got to start doing the mounts for stuff. Flip this guy back over. But yeah, the V0 doesn't have auto bed leveling. Excuse me. I don't know if anybody wants to count up the number of links they have in their chain. The instructions just didn't really give a count. They just said make sure that it's not too long that it hits the X gantry, if I recall correctly. So now we need to start getting our cleats and electronics set up. I've got a whole little bin full of that stuff. So we've got these DIN cleats, which will go on each side, I think. Yeah, because these are the LDO ones. So we need to switch to the LDO electronics guy, don't we? Did you print your own ABS parts? For this build, yes. So I printed all the parts on this with either the FormBot V0. So, you know, that's a pretty good testament to the fact that I was able to get pretty good prints off of it. But then also the larger parts, like I did these one-piece mesh skirts for the sides. I did these on a MK3S with a makeshift enclosure. So you can also get prints off of a open i3 style printer, but kind of had to do them one at a time. There should have been an end in the drag chain that locks straight. Okay, I'll look in the parts and maybe I missed that. But I can undo that pretty easily, I think. That's another thing. I haven't had to undo and redo things off stream nearly as much as I did with the FormBot kit. With the FormBot kit, partially was because I was learning. It was my first time using blind joints, my first time running belts for a Core XY machine, so on and so forth. But yeah, I haven't had to really redo a whole bunch of stuff, which has been really cool. So let's go to the wiring guide for one up there. Let's do top. Since you use 3DM, awesome. I'll check it out. Oh yeah, but all my printers are low quality and use PLA structural parts, so I can't enclose them to print ABS. Yeah. The Prusa luckily is PETG, so I can't fully enclose it or else it'll start to kind of get creep, but I was able to enclose it enough to get some ABS parts off of it. Hey Steve, welcome. Why aren't you loading Steve's thing? Welcome. What are we trying to do? Kirigami Bed, we've done. Picobilical, we've done. Wiring the deck panel. AC inlet is pre-wired from what I can see. I'm not sure if there's any worry about it not being correct for the United States. I think we need to go like that. So there to there, there to there. We'll have our ground and then that guy. That looks correct. Then we need to take our AC wire harness and connect our whoops. Zoom in. So much camera switching. Our earth grounds needs to go into this guy. Oh, these are not easy to get on. Cool mat, the Voron mat, or this is a mod mat on the right for building PCs. So it's got like a wrist strap ground, but then yeah, this one is from, on the left, is from Fabrico. And it's actually, if I plug it in, it's actually RGB because reasons. Which way is up? There we go. RGB makes the builds go faster, right? Time to get ready to work. For work. Have a good one. See ya. Yeah, this is from Fabrico. I'm not sure if they're still selling them, but when I picked up the Fabrico drivers, I was just looking around for other stuff to add to my cart and saw this and kind of had to do it. So we were trying to get these on. They're actually way harder than any of the AC inlets I've done in the past. There we go. Oh, I did it backwards. And then blue to blue and brown to brown, right? Have a good work. Have a good day at work. Can't speak. Projects in Dad's garage. How's that look, you guys? Blue to blue, brown to brown, earth ground. Seems fairly straightforward. Hopefully that's in the right orientation for the switch to actually light up only when it's on. Now we need to prep the power supply. So this is the Mornson power supply, 200 watts. It's above spec compared to what the V0 spec says, partially because of the heated bed. But we want to make sure that this is on. No, it's a switching power supply, so we don't even have to do that. Is this an old wiring guide? Am I mistaken in that this is a switching power supply, so we don't have to switch it? So am I looking at a old / bad version of the wiring guide? This is revision A, and I have revision E. Is there a revision E version of this? No, there's not. Okay, so that's just something that is errata now. An erratum. Oh, okay, no, they have a note about it. I just didn't read. There's no switch to worry about. Okay. Placing the power supply. So we are going to VHB it down to the bottom. Sorry, Jason, I talked bad about your guide. So this is always the slightly tricky part, to be able to flip this guy upside down. Use some of these again. That's relatively stable. Need to mount it this way. We need to be 20 millimeters from the inside, and then butt it up against this way. So let's get 20 millimeters approximated out. I guess we need to get the VHB tape on there first. Do they show what pattern of VHB tape to use? No. That's what came with my Cyber kit, the Mornson. Are they just following in LDO's footsteps? I mean, this is a fairly common brand for power supplies. I had seen them before they showed up in LDO, and they're available in DigiKey and Mauser and a lot of other retailers. So it's not like they're not Meanwell, which everybody knows, but they're still pretty good power supplies. Add a few strips on the underside. Make sure to leave a small gap about 20 millimeters from the front extrusion for the display, which we technically have a headless version of the kit, so we don't have to worry about it, but you still need a small gap of 5 millimeters between the Z body and the power supply. There will not be enough room for the wire duct to be placed in between, so you need to pre-cut to 90 centimeters or 90 millimeters. I did that. And then I also cut them in the V orientation that they recommend. So these will be up here. So I used my scroll saw to do this, and it worked fairly well. I think I actually need this reversed. The channel's on top. Even the Milo mills are coming with Mornson. They're pretty good. Okay. I modeled mounting holes on mine because that reason. But you don't like the VHB tape? Your LDO kit didn't come with a small screen? No, mine came as the headless version from MatterHackers. I'm not sure That's one of the things that, as far as I know, is dependent on your vendor, is whether or not it comes with the display or not. So we just need to VHB this boy up. So the V0 display does not come stock from MatterHackers. I don't know if they have an upgrade available for it either. I did look for alternative mounting solutions for this PSU. I know for the Meanwell LRS 150, I think it is, 150, there are several people who've done mods to be able to kind of either VHB a DIN panel down or some kind of a mounting panel, or they just found some other solution than straight VHBing the PSU. But I didn't see one for the Morrison. Yeah, VHB is good for permanent. Oh. Accidentally opened up your channel somehow. That's not intentional. Get these corners down. Ease up a corner. I think I got this method of VHB tape backing from Steve. Backing removal. All right, so we're gonna get one shot at this. Agreed, it's just bad for serviceability and for modding. Also, only good if your VHB tape is legit brand. So this is legit Scotch, what is it, 3M VHB. Although the VHB in my FormBot kit said Scotch or 3M as well. And my door actually fell off the other day. So we need to get 20 millimeters. Let's grab a little marker. Just so we have an idea of where 20 millimeters is. Stop. Oh yeah, that's true. 20 millimeters extrusion is a perfect gap for that. See, this is why I pay you guys the big bucks. So we gotta go into our upgrade kit, which has the top hat extrusions. Grab one, I got a short one. But boom, did they point that out that you can use a 2020 extrusion? Even AdSense doesn't pay you the big bucks, yeah. You think the FormBot VHB was legit? 1515, you're right. Well, I don't have any 2020 around. Actually, I have an ender wire in a box. Ooh. any of these small enough? Probably not. Yeah, and I'll check them out. Well, it's for an Underwire build. It's not actually built yet. It's just literally a box of scraps. I drew out some lines, but that is a good tip if you happen to have something that's 20 millimeters. These are actually 20 millimeters. So these will work as a guide. It looks like it's completely up against it on that side. Down, we're at least 5 millimeters away from it on top, but top tip, these are about 20 millimeters, about the same size of a 2020 extrusion. Use those. Okay, good, yeah. There you go. Now you need to be paid the big bucks, yeah. So there is the fact that the panel moves around a little bit. It won't move around while you're printing, but I have heard some people note that it's kind of a little, not the best feeling mounting solution. While you're moving the printer around, you can kind of feel it jostle and stuff. All right, next we need to get the tops of these off. Again, I just, you know, kind of held these and pushed them with my scroll saw. Whoa, simple. Thank you so much for the $20 Canadian. So what is that, $5? Small bucks still counts, yes, absolutely. Thank you for the super chat, I appreciate it. But yeah, I just used a scroll saw on this. It went through pretty easy. I would recommend maybe taping them together to make sure there's no weird chatter while you're pushing them through a saw, but they were pretty easy to cut that way. Not sure if there are any other recommended methods, but so what kind of builds do you have, small, simple electronics? I'm guessing we need to also tape these down. You made yours slightly bigger for a tighter fit. No moving around, that makes sense. So I guess we just need to tape these down in an appropriate spot. I guess leaving a little bit of room on each side such that we can pass the wires. More VHB. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Yes, please do. I'm terrible at that, but I do have this thing. Are we on the right thing? About a cheeky like. Call you Dan. But I have two Tron XY printers, an X5SA and X3A, both from years and years ago. Pretty crappy one from a brand that no longer exists. Sinewiney, I can't say I've heard of them. I do have a Tron XY X1 that I built from a kit. That was a build. I mean, I honestly actually got it printing fairly well for, you know, a cheap, fairly inexpensive extrusion V-roller acrylic-based printer. I did a lot of mods to it. It's kind of how I learned how to do a lot of kind of 3D printer mods, and I made a custom electronics enclosure that went under the printer because I hated the control box. Got Octopi set up on it. And then Elegoo just sent you their Neptune 4 Max. You like it, but it has some quirks. Yeah, it's interesting to see how the bed slingers are going. The most exciting bed slinger I've seen recently is, well, besides the MK4, is the Creality Ender 3 V3, which is their new Core XZ printer. Of course, you know, taking some inspiration from the Switchwire / Enderwire. They've actually got some interesting stuff on it, like auto belt tensioning. And then they've got their auto Z offset working with it, which, you know, is I think maybe a weakness of the traditional Switchwire is that you can't use any type of auto Z offset. Like you can't use tap. I don't think you can use clicky. Maybe you can use like a CR, a BL Touch. That guy down. Cool, you didn't know Avatronics. Well, it's not printing currently. I've actually been pulling parts off of it. When I built my first heat press insert, I pulled some of the bearings and stuff off of it. It's a little bit of a donor printer at the moment. Come on. Fun with VHB. You don't have subscriptions on the memberships? No. I've thought about trying to turn them on, but I don't know if I stream consistently enough that it would be worth it for people to pay for that. If you guys have ideas of what would be appropriate membership, you know, perks and stuff like that, let me know. Of course, I can't stream kind of like 3 days a week consistently right now because I coach and do some other stuff, but yeah. Biggest recommendation for Tron XY is just not. They were cheapest chips kits from bygone era. Yeah, they were very much in the race to the bottom. And they didn't kind of, as Creality and some of the other brands have kind of started going from the bottom and now they're kind of coming up, they weren't able to follow on that suit. A bed slinger is a printer that slings its bed around. Yeah, it's just the kind of classic core, or not core, but Mindel i3, like a Prusa. Turn them on, it costs you nothing, and some people just want to support you and don't want anything in return. Okay, I'll take a look at it. I just would like, you know, some kind of offering. So maybe I can do, at least when I do the sporadic uploads, I can do uploads a day early or several days early or something like that. All right. So now it looks like we are on to the AC power. So then we need to go from the inlet which will be here. Which way should the power go? Like so. What do you guys prefer? The AC inlet on the inside? Excuse me, on the inside or on the outside? Power switch on the outside or inside? Looks like you can just flip it around. Go either way? This is just a square, right? Yeah. Tron XY printers are good for VZBot conversions. Which of their printers can you do a VZBot conversion on? They're kind of Ender 5 type printer. Power switch towards the side, in my opinion, makes it easier to flip on and off. Switch to the outside. Tron XY X5SA. So switch is going to be on the outside of the printer. I like that idea too. That snaps into place pretty easy, and now we need to get our mains wired up. And it's pretty much just one-to-one. Head. So these are pretty well labeled: neutral, PE for earth ground, and then live. So that should make it pretty straightforward. We're of course not plugged in yet to the AC, so. So we've got our PE on the furthest. I'm gonna get a Phillips head to kind of torque this down all the way. Just wanted to rep KB3D for a second. We've got our neutral second, which is blue. So I can seat it all the way. There we go. And then, so they want us to go into that channel and then come out on the other side, which is a little awkward, but too bad. So we need to come out here, but go in through here. They're very stiff wires, which is good eventually when they kind of form memory and they kind of just want to stay in their spot, but it's going to be a little cumbersome right now. I don't like that, but okay. Local seller of the X5SA dropped the price from 500 to 300. How can I say no to that? Fully, I bought some MG in 12 rails because I hate the motion system. I'll have to look into the VZBot 330. Yeah, I've heard really good things about the VZBots. There's just so many cool projects to kind of play with and print these days. Kind of like Steve, I just kind of want to print new printers. All right, does that look fairly good to you guys? We've got earth ground, blue to blue, brown to brown. Then brown is live, blue is neutral, green, yellow is earth ground, and I'm gonna get a Phillips head. Just make sure those are torqued down pretty well. And they all pass the pull test. We're looking pretty similar. Here, I think our cable is just a little bit longer. I had a harder time kind of getting it tucked in. But yeah, this wiring guide's pretty darn good compared to the FormBot. Checkpoint 1. They are not shorted to each other. Power supply is switching, so we don't have to worry about that. All right, so now we've got all of our cables that need to go up to the actual board. We need to get our thermistor housing hooked up. The thermistor is a non-polarized component, so it doesn't really matter how you put the housing on. You just need to make sure that they hook in correctly. Both pass the pull test. Pre-crimped, they take the housing off for you so that you can pass it through the chain, which is kind of nice. And then you have to put the housing on after. As the printer for yourself, yeah, it's just for me. It will help me build other printers. And compared to my FormBot build, I wanted this one to be a little bit kind of cooler. That's why I went with a more interesting color scheme. Okay, we need to do our NeoPixel, but I don't know what the order is without looking at the pinout, so we'll just wait on that. So we need our 2 Picobilical and our 2 main board. So 2 main PCB, and we've got terminals on that side and ferrules on the other side, and then 2 Picobilical. There's a similar cable, but much longer, and again, really well labeled, which should make this wiring process pretty darn easy. I see that X5SA to BZ-bot conversion is called the Poron. That's great. I have a Volkswagen, and my friends call it my Porsche, P-O-O-R-S-C-H-E, or Porsche. Porsche. So we've got 2 V0s, which is an interesting naming scheme. I usually see V minus and V plus, but it's minus V0 plus V0. I guess it's V out. This is not weird, just slightly different than what I'm used to. So we've got negative. These kind of just want to go in a certain way, it seems. Get correctly seated. The VW is just a poor person's Audi. I checked to see if I could get the Porsche license plate with the 00, and I couldn't. It wasn't available in Virginia. The water pump actually just went out on my VW, which is apparently a very common problem that they actually have like a class action suit about. So apparently there's a extended warranty I need to look up, but the dealership is like 45 minutes from me, so trying to get the car 45 minutes down the highway with no water pump is not a good idea, so I would have to have it towed, but I could potentially save a lot of money on having them replace it if it is under the extended warranty. So we have to route these pretty much the exact same way. Kind of a tight corner here. And then they will come out where they need to and go up to the main board. They kind of have it here. I'm gonna follow the guide as much as possible. We'll see how much more we have to like tuck these in later. Year, make, model. It's a 2017 Volkswagen GTI. It's MK7, and as far as I know, the warranty is for the MK7 and the MK7.5. I looked it up and somebody said it was 8 years / 80,000 miles. So yeah, it's unfortunate no shops around me are able to do warranty work. So I'm taking it to a place just for them to confirm it's the water pump. it's like 99% certain that that's the part that lets go on like every single one of these cars after a while. Apparently, I think they like replace some of the typically metal parts with plastic, so. These will come up into there, and then our filament sensor will come up into there as well. And then we need our motor, motor wire. Which is keyed and will only go in the correct way. So far, so good on the wiring. How does this look to you guys? So we've got two umbilical, two main PCB. They're switched compared to the diagram, but that doesn't really matter. They're just both V plus, V plus, V minus, V minus. And then our mains voltage. No recalls I can see, just steering column, lock device, checking bulletins now. So from what I heard, it was actually a class action lawsuit. So it's not like a recall. I don't know how it works, but I did have a friend who said he was able to get it. He got his reimbursed. He got it fixed initially, and then they repaid for the service. But he said it's much easier if you can just take it into the dealership, so. Looks good for my house, thank you. Yep, so they have a lot of really nice detailed pictures. I don't have these printed parts, but I don't think they're necessary. I think these are from like older versions of the build. A warranty extension should be listed in the bulletin. Gotcha. Is that everything? For wiring from the bottom? And slip these guys on. Simple Electronics, are you on any of the Discords, the common Voron content creator Discords? There's nothing in this channel whatsoever. What was supposed to go in this channel? I guess maybe these wires used to come out over here, so they routed them, but I don't know, if I do LEDs, skirt LEDs and stuff later, this channel will be kind of helpful. I'm in a few, yeah. Well, I can try to send you the site that my buddy sent and see if that aligns with what you're able to find. I'd appreciate it, because if I don't have to pay, like, I think it was estimated at 4 hours of work, I forget, like 170, 180 for a German car, plus the parts, I think it came out to like $1,200. MatterHackers has a great set of resources to help with the build. I did not know that. Is that on the main site? Alex? Is it just noisy? I'm seeing AC compressor noise. No, the water pump completely let go and dumped all the coolant. So I was driving home, noticed some smoke coming from up the hood. Could smell that it was sweet, so knew it was coolant. You know, parked, saw that the reservoir was completely empty, and then went to get some more coolant, filled it back up, and as soon as I turned on the motor, it just dumped all the coolant straight out. Some helpful guides. Is this what you're referring to, Alex? Yeah, it is nice that they have a lot of this stuff listed. It's actually a lot of the links that I have in my that I have in the description for the build. All right, now we're gonna move into the back panel. So we need our SKR Pico. Compared to Formbot, Alex, it is extremely good, their documentation. So we need jumpers. I've got just a big old bag of jumpers here from all my Victory Tech stuff. We have to put jumpers on the diag pins. Dump those out. So we do not want to populate the USB power. We do need our X diag and Y diag. Which, do they show it? Okay, I'll look you up. There's a form you can put in your VIN. Yeah, that's what my buddy was referring to see if you qualify. You have 8 years, 80,000 miles, extended warranty. Okay, that sounds exactly like what my buddy was talking about. He just couldn't find the links to it anymore since he sold his GTI. Which pins are the X diagonal and the Y diagonal? Are they the first two? Pico. No, it's E and then X and then Y. So not E, but then X and Y. So the second and third need our diagnostics pins. Since you DM with the link, thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's been like wearing on my mind for like a week since the coolants first started leaking. So yeah, these are the two pins that you need the diagnostics jumpers on. They said not to have them on the USB power. Preparing the Raspberry Pi. So this comes with a very unique piece that I don't know if anybody else has in order to get power over to the Pi. So this is a custom PCB that is kind of like a GPIO hat that goes on the Pi. It's got your input shaper output, so you take a ribbon cable up to the Picobilical, and then it's got a 5 volt in and ground, and then these 3 pins, I'm not sure what they're for. We will find out later, I assume, but we need to take our Pi. So this did not come with my kit. You can optionally select to get a Pi for, I think, Model B from Formbot. I think it's $35 extra. Excuse me, not Formbot, MatterHackers, excuse me. You also don't need a Pi 4. You can use a Pi 3 and also a 0. That's the PCB that comes with LDO 80XL. Yeah. That's the LDO 80XL kit. It's this little PCB. Stop. So you can see it here, it slides onto the GPIO of whatever type of Pi you're using. The 3 pins are for communication protocol, maybe SPI, possibly. I'm just not familiar with it. Three hours labor, it looks like it's a job I should get good at, since I'm assuming all the new ones will fail eventually. Yeah, it's on, so on the Mark 7 and Mark 7.5, there's just several things that they tried to I guess, cheap out on. The like oil pan cover is plastic. It's like reinforced nylon plastic, and people hate it. They say it cracks a lot when a rock bumps up into it. The water pump, and then like 3 or 4 other things. Will you keep the ADXL mounted at all times? No. I just run the input shaper once. If I make any big changes to the machine, I'll kind of run it back up. But I assume that this goes on starting from the top. Overhead. Starting from the top of the GPIO. That would make sense. I didn't see any like detailed pictures to show where else it might go. If you look at the pinout of the Pi 4B pinout, the top 2 lines are 5 volts. So I assume that's right. The Picobilical frame has a RP2040 microcontroller, should be pre-flashed with the firmware. That's nice. We're gonna have to update it, but if your Picobilical was not pre-flashed or needs to be reflashed with firmware, check here. This goes to their docs, and then they have information on how to flash it with all of the menu config stuff that you need. It's all the fan voltage jumpers corresponding to the rated fan of your hot end fan. All of our fans are 24 volts. So where is our Picobilical fan jumpers? Oh, is it highlighted in red down here? Oh, they're up top. So there are these 3. So these are set at 5 volts. I believe we have 24 volt fans. I will need to double check on that. Oh yeah, it says it right here. In a photo below, the hot end fan is set to 5 volts with the part fan set to 24. These kits come with a 24 volt hot end fan, so set the hot end fan to 24 volts. Please double check the sticker on the fan to make sure you have a 24 volt fan, otherwise you will damage the fan. The fans are already inside of the tool head, so if you're doing the wiring after you do the tool head, you can't go back and look, which is not ideal. I do have pictures of everything though. Am I overthinking this or thinking about this wrong? Like, there's no way for me to go look at my hot end fans right now. So it would be beneficial if they just knew which fans were in there. I took pictures of everything, so I'm trying to find the pictures. Yeah, 24 volts. Yeah, they're 24 volts, good call. Jeff, it just seems like LDO might want to update their documentation. A, just pre-install them all on 24 volts, and then B, update the documentation to just say 24 volts. Because this is a wiring kit for a V0.2-S1, or a wiring guide for a V0.2-S1. Or maybe it's just a V0.2? No, it's a V0.2-S1. I think that should just say exactly what it is. It shouldn't leave any room for interpretation. I guess that's one small thing that I would call out that could be improved. Notes, the 2-pin header and a red circle should not be populated unless you need to flash the board. So that is this guy down here. You put that on, I guess you hit a reset button, it puts it into DFU mode, and then you can flash it. Which I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to do because I doubt that the version of Clipper that is pre-flashed onto this is going to be up to date. But if they leave at 5 and somehow you say use a Dragonburger 5 volts, then you don't blow a fence. That's true. I hadn't thought of that. I guess they have to think of multiple situations. But I'm selfish in thinking of mine right now, so. All right, so we can flip this guy over. We're gonna need to VHD the middle channel. How easy you can just flip this printer around is pretty great compared to a lot of other builds I've seen where you do a 350 2.4 and you gotta have some muscle to flip that thing around, especially after the bed is in it. So we need our Pi here, our SKR Pico here, our cable channel in the middle. I used a printed version of this on my FormBot kit. There's a user mod. I think I have it in my GitHub if you guys are interested in it. 30 millimeters. They have some very precise measurements for this. 350 millimeter 2.4 is next after your V0. The plan is to print the 2.4 on the V0. Yeah, I think that's kind of one of the main design. I kind of think of it as like Elon Musk. He built the Roadster, which was really expensive, so that he could build the Model S. From those profits, then he, made the Model S and sold a bunch of those so that he could build the Model 3 and Model X and all that kind of stuff. That's what it feels like. The V0, they designed it so that it could print parts for the bigger ones. You printed a DIN rail. I looked for a DIN rail mod, but I'm probably gonna redo the electronics back here, so it won't be too big of a deal to kind of reprint one and then change it. So we want to have this one about 30 millimeters from the top. That's pretty close. $30 millimeters from the bottom, rather. This one, the diagram shows a really, really old version of like the kit, but both of these should be around 20 millimeters from the center channel. I think some of the back panels that have like the mounts on them for the common electronics are a pretty nice thing to have. Around there, somewhere around there. It's like just inside of the screws, if you guys can see. But Alex, if you want to send me that printed DIN rail that you found, let me know. I have these, which are from LDO. It doesn't really show you how to do the DIN rails, it looks like. We need to tape this down. HB. Scissors. You printed a DIN rail also? Did you use this center channel though? Won't the din rails kind of be in the way of this center channel? I'm trying to walk the line of printing this kind of stock, or building this kind of stock, like using all the main components that come in the kit, but I don't think that's necessarily like a important thing that needs to be kept stock. Oh, just about as centered as I can eyeball it. Let's take the cover off. These are a little worse for wear. I didn't use the center channel for cable management. Gotcha. All right, so we have lots of electronic mounts in here. There's this guy, which I think snaps onto here. But that might have been for the, what did you print the multi-color back on? I did that on the Prusa MK3S. Ha! You guys like have the same build, I guess. So I did most of this in just the Polymaker ABS, the Galaxy Dark Gray, I think it's called. One of these is the SKR Pico mount, and one of them is the Pi mount. Which one is which? This is the Pico mount. Did you use pauses for filament swaps? Yeah, I didn't set up like multiple extruders. You can do that and even use a purge channel. I just did paused filament swaps and it worked out fairly well. If you search Voron for EMS, Electronics Management System, it was shared in the Discord today. Okay, I've seen that mod. Cyber doesn't come with it. I tried printing one, but it was really brittle. Yeah. I ended up using PTG to print these, and PTG just kind of flexes a little bit. All the ABS I tried to print it with just kind of snapped super easy. So we need our plastic tapping screws for this, and I guess we need to kind of hop back to maybe the Voron guide. These screw heads almost seem too small. They're not though. That was unsuccessful. I forget which size you need for this guy. So these aren't the DIN mounts that are suggested to use in the Voron manual. That's something to note. These are much bigger. And they have screw holes so that you mount these sideways instead of vertical. The printed DIN rail worked awesome though. You can unclip the boards if you want to remove them after. Only printed DIN rail is VHB taped down. That's what these are kind of like. Are they close to this or are they different? I have to head to bed. I have a video deadline tomorrow. Any advice for a first-time V0 builder before I go? The preloaded nuts are the main trip-up problem. It's a small printer, so it's quite fiddly. For the preloaded nuts, I have something in my GitHub. Desktop. Maybe it's not in my GitHub. It's on my printables. I do have a lot of information about the FormBot builds here on this you search FormBot V0 GitHub, it should link to it, but it's got like all the information you could want about the FormBot build and just a lot of information about a V0 in general. Some recommended mods, how to tune it, some of the extra little things I printed, the cable covers and all that kind of stuff. So that's pretty helpful. And then if I go to my profile, I've got this guy, which you can download it and view it in Fusion 360, or you should be able to open it with this link, and it has all of the extrusions, preloaded nuts and bolts and screws, like kind of isolated. So in the regular Fusion file, it's really hard to see where the nuts and stuff are, but with this one, you could just kind of go to the Y rails, click the extrusions, and you can see where the preloaded nuts for, well, the Y rail doesn't have any, that was a bad example. None of these are good examples. Top right. Here you go. You can see where all the preloaded nuts are. So I found that to be helpful. The manual is really good about calling out where all the preloaded nuts are, but if you kind of just want to have a sanity check and kind of like prepare and be somewhat aware of where everything goes, then I found this file pretty helpful. And other than that, with your experience, I think you should be pretty good. Super helpful, thanks. No problem. Have a good night. Good luck on the video. I know the video deadline issues. The manual is really, really reliable. It's good about calling them out, but if you just want to be super vigilant and prepared, I think that that was pretty helpful. So I need to go back to the guide and see. So the guide uses these little tiny rinky-dink din rails, but this uses the different ones. So I'm surprised this is not in the Voron manual. Oh, I'm sorry, the LDO manual. LDO does have some of these parts specific to their build, so you can't print out the normal ones. How does this go? I is confused. I don't see where they show you how to actually put the mounts on. They just say put the mounts on. Am I missing something? LDO guides. Guides. Picobilical, Stealthburner. Jeff, you built a LDO V0? Is there somewhere where they show you how to actually put the din mounts on? Build notes. Stock DIN cleats and mount will not be used with the Raspberry Pi. We don't have that in the kit. USB extension cord. Use 2 DIN cleats. I have these printed out. Okay, where do I tape them down and where do I use them? High expansion clips. I have that printed out. SKR Pico mount. Okay, so this is for the SKR Pico. This is for the SKR Pico. Does this mount straight? Okay, this mounts straight to that. That's quite different than the regular manual, but I still don't know what orientation it goes in. I did see one guy that posted his build. The history, no build. If I'm being really dense here and it's like really obvious what you're supposed to do, feel free to let me know. I would just like some kind of visual to show exactly how stuff is supposed to be mounted. This guy, Sebastian Deman. The man. I just randomly came across this on the interwebs, and he's got pictures. He screwed his DIN rails down to the acrylic panel. Does the acrylic panel have extra holes for the DIN rails? Oh, you can screw the DIN rails through here. If you use longer screws, these DIN rails can be screwed down and not VHB'd down. That's kind of nice. So, where the heck is my bit? But am I missing like anywhere in the LDO documentations where they have a picture of how to actually mount this stuff? Because it's very different than the stock V0 build from what I can see. I also couldn't follow the manual attaching the electronics. Yeah, it's... Let's try 12s, because I have a lot of them. So, I mean, this is actually pretty cool and smart. I don't like having to VHB stuff down. So the fact that you can just do it like this would be really, really nice and convenient. But I'm just not seeing in the LDO documentation where they call out any of this or display it. Uh, 12 seems to be a really good size for that. That is nice. That is much more preferable to me than VHBing the small cleats that, you know, come in the stock kit down. I like that better. And I assume they should be kind of symmetric. Close-up video? Oh, sorry. Good call. So these have through holes, which if you use longer screws than the ones called out in the manual, you can screw them down, which is kind of nice. Yeah, if you guys ever think a different camera angle would be better, let me know. You've got the older over the shoulder one, and then I've got a small camera over here to get like tight shots if you need it. So there's also 3 different holes, so you can move it in and out if we need to. But I like this more than VHBing stuff down. Then our clips can snap in like so, like no. Those don't quite fit. How are his fitting, but mine aren't? Because this is not quite centered. Whoopsie. How hard did I press down this VHB tape? Not too hard. So if I put one of these on each side, they should be fairly well centered. And then I can use that to center this guy. I have 2 sets of these. Okay, maybe change up your order of operations so that you can get this right from the get-go, if you are following along. All right, so for the SKR Pico, they want it like around here. He used one of these mounts, and I think you're just supposed to screw this straight into the den rail. I think he did stuff kind of wonky. I definitely want a powered driver for this. What's the right? Nice work installing the electronic platforms. I like this method better than the stock one. I just wish LDO had the documentation to show how to do it. I could be missing it, but I just don't see where they show how to do this part. But these holes happen to line up with this panel. I might be doing it backwards or upside down. I think it goes that way. Maybe not. Yeah, there's no way it's gonna go that way. Shucks. So instead of using this mount, which is the stock mount, I think you just screw directly into these two cleats. I said I was going to use a power tool for securing this, and I didn't end up doing that. So these are custom LDO parts. They don't come in the stock printed parts list. You have to get them off of their GitHub. Time for Hodo. If anybody watches this in the future, especially anybody from LDO, and I'm just missing where the pictures or documentation for how to mount this are, please feel free to let me know in a comment. Definitely not infallible. But I did try to take a look at like all the LDO docs to see where stuff was, so I was fairly familiar with it. Come on. That snaps on there pretty well, and it's pretty darn secure. There's not a ton of room over here. There's maybe less than they would have liked, but that looks pretty good to me. And it's very secure. Like, this feels way more solid than on the FormBot. You used this with a cleat on the back, and then that cleated to a small DIN rail that you VHB down, and I've had that VHB come off like 3 or 4 times. So I like these modifications from FormBot. Excuse me, from LDO. Now for the pie. Is this the same thing? Do you screw straight into, no, you don't screw straight into those cleats. Are there a different set of cleats that you're supposed to use for a regular pie? I might not have printed out the right pieces. This is for a Pi 0. Shucks. Funnily enough, the SKR Pico mount works for the Pi because that's the way it was designed. But then how would we... this? Maybe I am just really, really dumb and this is all outlined somewhere and I just didn't follow the printing directions or something, but the only cleats I have. Might have to whip up the printer. Oh, but my V0 is down right now. I'd have to print it out on the Prusa. How can we make this work? Obviously, we don't want to just use one screw on this. Also not enough offset for all the stuff on the back of this. We could use this SKR Pico board. Oh no. Thing is ridiculously strong. Let's have that on there temporarily, and then we need just some way to get some of these cleats mounted on there. These are the only cleats I have left. There's this one. You can mount 2 out of the 4 screws. Then again, how do the cleats get mounted onto it? Those holes kind of line up. These holes are entirely too big for the heads of these screws. What is going on? What am I missing? I want this to be probably about the same amount. Yeah. These. So I don't think I read up well enough. A lot of the instructions in here are referring to a pi 0. And that's obviously not what I have and not what MatterHackers has on offer. So let's see if MatterHackers has some specific info on what we're supposed to do. Because they offer a pi 4 as well. The same one I have. Plus the serial, homepage, documentation, build instructions. Tuning guide, the BOM part, supplemental wiring guide. And that goes to the exact same wiring guide I have. Yeah, they just don't have anything about the DIN mounts in here. Gotta go. Hey, have a good night. I was hoping this would go a little bit faster, but when I don't have the right parts printed out, I guess that's what happens. I use these two in conjunction. This guy is mounted this way. Guys on here. Can we make that work? Have one screw. Which is less than ideal. especially when you kind of maybe strip out the part because the Hodo's too strong. I mean, these are self-tapping screws, so I think we're just gonna send it. Oh, what is that rolling over? Like a weird feature on the back of this. I mean, that's gonna hold for now. Ideally, you get the right parts printed and don't run into this problem. Martin said to send it, so we sent it. Martin, the first time I saw your name, for some reason, Martine kept popping in my head. I don't know if you're Latin at all, but there's no accent, but for some reason I saw, I was like, oh yeah, that's Martine. So that's not gonna look pretty. I am, and some say it that way. Okay. Well, I guess Ramirez should have been a good hint. The last name is a big hint. So this is less than optimal. I'm gonna print out the correct parts at some point. But for now, to proceed with the build, it's just gonna be a little cattywampus. And I think next we actually start just connecting stuff. So, bed thermistor. Recently got that housing set up. That goes to the very top. See the channel. Very clearly labeled. Then we have bed RGB. So I need to look up what the order of the RGB looks like. We need the SKR Pico pinout. Why is the pie crooked? Ha! Tilt your head in. Yeah, tilt your head in is perfectly straight. I didn't have the right cleats to be able to mount the pie to these DIN rails. I don't know what files I was supposed to use. If I go to the docs, that's the SKR Pico mount. Pie expansion clips. That's what I have printed, and that doesn't fit a Pi 4. Yeah, I just couldn't find what the right mounts for the LDO. Maybe we could have done for the SKR Pico mounts, because the SKR Pico have the same pinout or the same footprint as the Pi. So maybe that's what you were supposed to do. I did find this one guy who had something that was somewhat helpful, but he did some kind of weird double up, because I think he printed out the same mounts I did, which are these. But yeah, I think you're supposed to print out, if you have a Raspberry Pi 4, you're supposed to print out 2 sets of these SKR Pico dinner rails. And he didn't know that, so he just found something that worked. I didn't know that, so I just found something that works. This is actually sitting too high now that I'm looking at it. So I need to print out 2 more of these guys, is what it seems to be. This is why I really appreciate people who do build logs, because, you know, even though it's not a video, it can really actually help people out. And look, we can see what the pinout for the NeoPixel is from his build too. Whenever something doesn't look right, just tilt your head until it does, and then repeat. They show the NeoPixel on this? They don't. What is it? This is NeoPixel, right? So is it plus ground data? Plus data ground. That would make more sense. So we've got our 3-pin right here. If we pseudo plug this guy in, just temporarily, and we can put our plus on the bottom. Our data in the middle, and our grounds on that side. Take them out and then seat all the housings, or seat all the crimps. Make sure they pass the pull test. Turn it the correct way. And we have a lot of excess cable on this guy. For now, I'm just gonna double it up, but we might use some zip ties later to keep it cleaner. This FEP wiring doesn't like to kind of double up on itself. Have to hit the sack. Thanks for having me. No problem. Have a good night, Jack. Like, he just does not want to stay in his home. All right, what's next? Bed heat and 24 volts in. So we've got the bed. Now we need our Phillips head. No, flat head. Bed heat is orange. Ah. A heater is non-polar, so not polarized, so you should be able to plug it in either way. Screw them down. Next we need 24 volts in. It should be labeled to board. This one is longer, so it needs to go up to the Picobilical. This cable is like seriously way longer than it needs to be. On this one, positive and negative does matter, and they have it called out. Negative on the right. This is a chonky ferrule. Trying to get both in at the same time was a little difficult. So you've got a lot of excess cable there. Things passing the pull test. We will again take some of this excess cable. Just use the cable track as the zip tie. I wish this one cable would just behave, this one wire. It's like they're kind of just doubling up the wire in here as well. All right, Z end stop is this guy. He's got stuff all bagged in a little weird way. I think the Z end stop used to go through the cable chain back on like the V0.0 or V0.1, so it used to be up on the bed, so maybe that made sense to keep the housing off. Which two boys is it? Wish you could zoom in on these images too. That would be kind of nice. The topmost, we'll do white. And then black. Quality of these connectors is actually pretty good too. They make a really nice positive sound when they click in. The bottommost. The right angle to the dangle. Channel and up. We need all of our motors, A, B, and Z. So Z, they do come with these nice little cable management markers. Where are they? Here. So you can easily identify which cable is which. Where do they want that one routed? Kind of in, under, and around. We'll go under these guys. I think it's E, X, Y, Z. So Z goes in the bottom. Yes. Cable channel starting to get a little stuffed. Our A and our B motors. So it's A over here. So these are pretty nice to have. And I put, as I put the E motor label on the Z motor, or the A. So over here, I believe it is E, B, A. So this will be third next to the Z. It's always ba, like a sheep. Have the B motor. We won't have an E motor down here because the E motor is plugged in this to the Picobilical. Missing anything? 1, 2, 3. E and stop. Those two guys, that one and that one. All right, we're chugging along. Chugging along, chugging along. Now we're getting into the Picobilical. Oh, so it does just break out the E-stepper. I was wrong. So the E-stepper, there's no stepper driver on the actual SKR, or excuse me, Picobilical. So we do actually put in the E down here. All right, and that will run up to our Picobilical. I mean, I think most people would be able to get this figured out without the wiring guide. The wiring guide is just kind of nice for almost just peace of mind. It's a really nice touch that they have these pre-marked as to what the positive and negative are. The attention to detail is really, really high in, like, I'd say 90% of it, and there's just about two 2 or 3 things in every kind of part that I run into trouble with where it's just, I wish it was a little bit clearer. 24 volt fans thing, for me, they should just be on 24 volt because that's what the kit comes with. The instructions should just say 24 volt, but I mean, Jeff did point out a good reason, I suppose. But I think it would be weird for a kit manufacturer to assume that people might be using parts outside of their kit. Wouldn't that just be on the person? Did you do the right thing? These are very, very stiff cables. The gauge is much higher than on average in the Formbot kit. Lower gauge, thicker cable is what I meant. I kind of passed the pull test. There we go. And then we need our 5 volt 2 pi. Did not pass the pull test. I untightened the wrong screws. Wow, Brian. This screwdriver might be too big to get the actual ones I need to untighten. Let me get a smaller. Flathead screwdriver. I see that terminal block torque a little bit as I tighten these down. Okay. This will connect down to this guy. There's a good chance I did not read the printed parts guide well enough. And that's why I did not have the right parts printed out. But I would suggest to LDO that if they had pictures of what this actually should look like this just looks like a rendering where you can't see the DIN rails at all. Maybe not a rendering, but you know what I mean? Like, now we need to mount the Picobilical, so I think we have to jump back over to guides, Picobilical. Did I not just click on Picobilical? Okay. All right, so we've got this printed part. Looks like it faces this way. Take our PCB, they made up. Then there are screws to mount it. Screws. 2 and 3 by 8. Button head. Definitely probably gonna need a This would be much easier to mount if the pie wasn't there. But there's enough room if you have a ball head, ball end. Yeah, screw down. Oh, I need to remove after washing.
Je serai le président de tous les Français.
My finger's too big to guide the screw into its hole. Come on. All right. Picobilical frame board is mounted. We already have that top part mounted. The Bowden tube will go up through there. There's an access port. All right, back to the wiring guy. I think I've got all that looking pretty good. I need to guide these, of course. I wonder why these are, some of these are just a fair bit too long. They obviously want to err on the side of being too long rather than being too short. But I feel like you could pull 4 inches off of that and still be okay. Now we need to do USB connections, fans. All right, so SKR Pico USB. Maybe one of these black cables. They just kind of have it go directly over. 2 of these are USB 3. I don't think that matters whatsoever. How many printers have you built? Let's see, the Tron XY X1 was a complete kit. Wasn't the most pleasurable building experience. There was a lot of wonky stuff with that. I have built the Formbot V0. I have helped a friend build a Prusa. I have helped a friend build a, gosh, what was that called? Like Eagle Labs. It was a Delta printer. And he bought it as a kit. I helped him build that. And then this kit are the main builds. And then I rebuilt, you know, all of my Creality machines, if you would. I wouldn't consider those builds, but I've basically stripped them down to almost the frame and rebuilt them from the ground up. So I've got 2 Creality Ender 3s, a Creality CR10 original, and then a Tivo Tornado, which has been like voronized. I've got a Stealthburner on it with a Nomi and then an M4 extruder, and it's running Clipper, of course. So not a ton. I don't have a ton of experience building printers compared to guys like Steve and Nero. They have way more experience than I do. Okay. I have a second USB cable over here somewhere. Oh, did I not borrow that cable? Looking for USB-C cables for our boards, and I chopped apart. Voronified. I think that's a really good way to kind of dip your toes into the Voron ecosystem. Just kind of start slapping Voron parts onto your non-Voron printer. I think that helped me be somewhat prepared for building actual Vorons. Like having built a Stealthburner several times. USB-C cable, where are you? Not in the cable kit box. Upgrade box. URL, Picobilical, PCB. Here you are. How about you, Martin? How many printers have you built? So you got USB-C up here. Cable track is getting a little bloated. 'Cause snap into the cable track. Man, this is a lot of excess cable that I don't know if I'm gonna have enough space to kind of double it up. You don't go on that side, you go up. This is getting to be like PC cable management where I'm just tucking stuff where it'll fit. Get it in where it'll fit in. Hopefully there's not too many more cables that need to go in here. We need our PCB fan, which is this guy, and there are mounts for him. So I guess do we just follow the Voron directions for that guy? I do like these din cleats going this way much better than these two smaller din cleats. These just don't feel nearly as solid. Here is the PCB fan. So Zero, I bought my first Industry V2 last May. I'd like to add some stuff to that. Planning on building a Rollo Hans Rook 2020. I bought the Extrusions starter frame. Nice. That'll be a good build, I feel, because you can build that out of PLA, right? How does this guy go? This just clamps on. Be a long process for you. Yeah, you'll get it done. And building your printer, I don't know, there's just something about it that's just really, really fun and awesome. What part is on the front? How is this oriented? Oh my goodness. Like completely upside down? What do I do with that fan? So it points up like this. I think this guy goes inside there. And gets clamped. Are there threaded inserts? Did I miss some threaded inserts? Yes, I did. This guy needs 4 threaded inserts. I almost missed it because I just skipped this page. This iron, soldering iron does heat up fairly quickly though, so that's good. Guess we can put this guy on. This is the heat sink for the pie. Peel off the double-sided tape. And like a nice copper heatsink too. Not like a crappy aluminum one. What setup are you using for your heat insert? I'm debating building one with spare parts or getting one off Amazon. This is the Vector 3D VLMP V2. It's the one that he just made free online in terms of the files. So you can go pick this one up off of Printables, I think. I think I paid like $4 for the file, so they weren't very expensive before. But now he made it free because there's a pro version of it out. I like it. It uses, you know, if you've got V-slot wheels, 2040 extrusion, you do need some concentric nuts to be able to tighten it down. Obviously some belts, soldering iron. He's got like a parametric file that you can use to get the right taper and size of your soldering iron. If you're in Europe, he does have kits that you can buy as well. I think West 3D might be selling the kits in the United States if you want a hardware kit. Depends on, I guess, what spare parts you have. But the new version, the pro version that he has coming out, will use a linear rail or 2 linear rails instead of the V-slot wheels. So it's kind of closer to the Stealth. The Stealth press, I think it's called. But it works pretty well for me. Much better than doing it by hand, and a fair bit better than the one I had when I built the FormBot kit, which was a kind of a DIY one based off the Adafruit one that you might have seen. Okay. So this being upside down is just completely messing with my head. Like this. And then this guy is facing down. Okay. Goes in first, and they snap together. Uh, 3x16. Martin, you're doing you're self-sourcing, I guess is the term I hear used a lot. Goes through I don't know why, it just seems really odd that they oriented this in this manner. So like it's the opposite of how I think about doing this. These cables are also like right in the way, and so is the pie. Maybe this was supposed to be done before the pie. Come out. Here. Unplug you. Hopefully I don't have any more heat inserts for the time being. We need to route you to where you go. Where's the LDO guide? PCB fan. So the 3010 goes straight up into here. If you had the old style one, it would have been a weird split out one, it looks like. We might have a little bit of trouble getting this cable track shut. Well, girlfriend just hollered at shower, gotta go. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for hopping in the stream. Good luck on the build. Hopefully all the self-sourcing goes well and you're able to find everything for pretty good prices and get all the parts printed out, so on and so forth. But I will see you around. Two USB cables and a fan cable. All right, two bottom screw terminals, USB end stop, that guy, thermistor, fan, don't have to worry about that guy, E, XYZ, 5 volts over here. I think that's it, except for we need to get the end stop plugged into the E end stop for the filament runout sensor. Tuck that guy. Not the best view. This cable track is just chock full of wires. All right, on the finish line. So a cool part about the Picobilical is that we are leaving open a thermistor from the tool head, so we can plug in a chamber thermistor or any other thermistor we want here if we need it. We also get 2 fan spots back, so if we're gonna do Nevermore and or auxiliary fans, we can do that without having to use a clipper expander. I think that's about it. What else did we save? Oh, the hot end heater. I don't know what else you would use a heater for. Maybe like an actual heated chamber, but we still have an open heater spot as well. So we saved some IO with the Picobilical, which is a really nice feature of it. On the V0 umbilical, all of these are still used and they just pass the signals up to here. But since this has a actual MCU on it, we just use the MCU. So that's kind of cool. We need to get our SD card into the Pi. So I already flashed this guy and I just put him back in the packaging. For safekeeping. 32 gigabyte card is kind of nice. Trying to do this blind. I should have done it way before now, of course. Alright. Then I guess we can throw our cable track on. We'll probably need to get back in here once we start to do some mods with LEDs and other stuff. But for now, I think the wiring is done. Can I just snap this on? All right, so there's some areas I might want to kind of cable tie some wires together. Maybe get some of the kind of zip tie downs that you can VHB down. But for the most part, I don't think it looks too bad. I'm half tempted to make all of these run down below here so that they're a little bit better hidden, but see, I don't think that looks too bad. We need to get our umbilical plugged in. So I did print or 3D modeled this guy, which I had for my umbilical, but I didn't see one for the Picobilical. But it allows you to have some strain relief for this guy. And it'll also have some strain relief for the PTFE tube as well. Done all of this wiring. Filament runout sensor, looks like we put it in the correct spot. Oh, this is not even the right board. Yeah, we did. Double checking the wiring. And stop. Yeah, I think everything's right. The LDO wiring guide looked pretty thorough. We do have a printed cover for the PSU that we can put on. I think this is supposed to be pressure fit. not too bad. Make sure we don't accidentally drop a screw in there and short something. Skirts and panels. I think we can do the skirts fairly quickly. And then maybe start on some software. It's almost 12. I want to start on the electronics today. What do you guys think? Ugh. You gotta bounce. Have a good night, Tiger. Thanks for tuning in. Hey. Skirts. We need to access the bottom. I did use Steve's remix of the one-piece mesh skirts. So we've got the Polymaker Galaxy Dark Gray, and then of course the green. I thought about the gold. I actually did print some of the gold, but decided to go with the gray. You guys can't see anything. So we need to get these aligned. So these are actually too big to fit on a V0, these one-piece side skirts. So I actually did print these on the Prusa. And we need M3x6s, I believe. Good opportunity for the shoulder cam. Space in the right spot. Just have these nice access holes. Align that? Yeah, it's aligned. Get in your home. Too good for your home? It's amazing how a screw will go every which way besides the way you want it sometimes. Tried this last time, I couldn't get it to feed in right. Doing the skirts somewhat out of order just because they're fairly easy, and I think they will make the build look better while I'm working on some of this other stuff. Come on. A little bit of elephant's foot. Chat. Oh, hey Renovic. Sorry I missed your chat. Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a good night. I can flip this thing and reverse it. How is your printer CAD going, Renovic? Something that happens with my chat where it doesn't auto scroll all the time. I end up missing out on chat or being delayed with them. You see a lot of progress? Hey, Chris. Am I up late or are you up early? Yeah, we have a lot of progress. The electronics are done. I'm just throwing the skirts on now just because I want it to look better. Like I said, I haven't had much time to CAD. Robotics is taking a lot of time as well as homework, but currently doing the XY motor mount stream. His second stream, he was doing a lot on the Core XY gantry system, I think, and the toolhead. I caught the beginning of it, but I couldn't watch the whole thing live. The back skirt. Chris, how are you liking the progress on your printer so far? These just slide on. You can get this started. I don't know if these are Steve's mods or what, but that's handy. You can just get this screw started. Once you have it started enough, you can just slide these on. I don't know if the original files supported that, but it's kind of nice. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anything that's going to require me to take the skirts back off later. I think I already mentioned, but this kit, as I bought it, is headless, so it doesn't have a display. So we have the headless middle skirt. And then we need inserts. I'm eventually going to do probably the fancy inserts, the rainbow barf ones, like I did on the FormBot kit. But for now, we're just going to use the regular accent printed ones. Oh, got it again. Also talk to your makerspace manager and you're able to cut some acrylic for electronics enclosure. Nice. I'm going to do something similar to an inverted electronics bay. I like that on like Tridents really a lot, where the bottom panel has laser cut holes for all the electronics and the top one will be removable. Gotcha. I think that's a pretty slick setup. But we've got our skirt inserts. Maybe that'll be a good spot for black or gold. Might reprint those just to have some visual interests. I say stuff like visual interest like I actually know what I'm talking about. I don't. Pretty terrible with design stuff. I do think something will look good here though. We have a display? No. Well, not yet. Maybe I'll do something with like a Nomi, but the kit from FormBot does not come with a display by default. I'm not sure if they have an upgrade for it either currently. But I mean, you can easily buy a V0 display. They're very cheap. Just need the USB cable, I think. Your kit, Chris, didn't have a display either, right? I think it's like very vendor dependent, maybe. Whether it comes with a display from LDO. A lot of the more inexpensive kits seem to have them by default. The FormBot did. I think the Isaac and the Cyber kit do as well. Yeah, it's kind of just for aesthetics for me. I don't use the one on my FormBot very much. Every once in a while, I'll use it to preheat when I'm like changing prints out and I don't have my phone near me, because I can use Octo app for the most part. Shout out to Octo app. Hey, Maker Viking, welcome. I was thinking about using LEDs under the skirt for simple progress bar. Do you already have LEDs under your skirt, or was that the ender wire that you put LEDs under? Did you do it to both the V0 and the ender wire? These skirts did not print out the best. I'm probably gonna reprint them. Octo app is a very cool app. My FormBot V0 is down. I don't know if I mentioned that. My clipper expander went out. And so really I don't need the clipper expander to run. It powers my Nevermore, some of my LEDs. and my chamber thermistor. I just dumped out a whole bunch of screws. Shucks. You have LEDs on both? Nice. Okay. So you get to see what that looks like. What do you think of the hex back panel? I think it turned out pretty good. It's not just like a plain black panel. It's not too busy. I'm fairly happy with it. Took a while to get it mounted. I had to use the slide-in nuts on the top and the bottom. So this is the Mandic Really mesh back panel, and then I followed suit with Zombie and did a PEO sheet. I think he did like a PET. I forget what the different abbreviations are, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it looks pretty cool. When it catches the light and you can see the carbon fiber pattern. Hexalicious. Hexagons or bestigons? Is that what Steve says all the time? I also have this, which is a little PTFE guide and then also strain relief for the Picobilical up here. I might reprint it in green. I was just kind of like modeling it up one night. But I like having some strain relief when possible. What are these 4 ports for? Do you know? Add zip ties to the umbilical cable. That's what this guy's for. Oh, I'm supposed to use a covering, aren't I? Yeah, I won't put that on yet. I need to wrap these. Add zip ties to the umbilical cable on each side, prevents the cables from twisting. Yeah, so that's why I modeled this. So this is what comes in the V0 umbilical. And then a guy modeled a version that had a little strain relief that came up. So I took that and kind of blended it so that it works on the Picobilical. Can you see that? So it slips on over top and then gives you a spot where you can zip tie the Picobilical. And I want something up here. The Picobilical mount that I printed doesn't have any strain relief, but I did see one on printables where you can add strain relief. So I'll probably do that as well. Do we want to see if we can make magic smoke? I did all of the skirt stuff. We don't have a display. Bottom panel. Should I put the bottom panel on? Is there anything else we need to do down here? I don't think so. Used it without strain relief for a while. Yeah, I'd like to have strain relief. I was just saying that earlier in the build, or in the stream. Where is the bottom deck? Here is the bottom deck. So Chris, did you reprint parts that do have strain relief? I was looking for Picobilical ones and I didn't see any, but probably didn't search all that thoroughly. Oh, come on. Stuff can be such a pain. Here we go. Just try to get a good peel started. Ah, messed it up. What I didn't realize was that the cable sleeve LDO has in the kit takes over this functionality with zip ties. They are already enough. Okay. Like a perfect angle you can peel this stuff at where it'll not tear. Hard to start. Oh, you had 2 cables break, which had bad crimps. That's not fun. I do hear that even on LDO kits, people have had some trouble with the umbilical. Ah. This matte black acrylic is pretty cool though. I like that it's not a fingerprint magnet. LDO sent you a new cable within a week, so it's half as bad. What screws do we use? Oh, we just take off the ones that are already on there. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with this type of acrylic. I like it better than the shiny stuff. I'm doing this the weirdest way possible because I didn't want to have to stack this Did you see that I put lazy cams on here, Chris? Instead of the regular cam locks and idlers. I, of course, haven't used them yet because I don't have the top hat built, but I like them in principle a lot better. Did not see. If you ever find yourself having to redo your belts or idlers or anything, I would recommend looking at them. Pretty easy print, pretty easy install. And I feel like I'll actually lock my top hat now, which I don't on the FormBot kit. Because I don't want to have that key around. There's my cable management so far. I'll probably do a little bit more. I couldn't find all the right mounts for this. So I printed out what they had in the guide, but a lot of the parts were for a Raspberry Pi Zero. So I kind of made this work. You can see it's not on there kind of perfectly. I need to reprint some parts, but I didn't see in the LDO documentation where they go over how to do the DIN rail mounting. Maybe I missed it, but here are the lazy cams. See, they pivot the cams around. I like it a lot. I guess we can try to see if we are gonna make blue magic smoke or release blue magic smoke. The AC should be wired up correctly. Kind of double and triple checked it. We got LEDs. Lots of blinking lights. So I specifically did not set up Wi-Fi on this guy because I wanted to show several ways that you could get your printer working if you don't have Wi-Fi. I don't know that I have the right HDMI though. So I'm gonna let the Pi do its thing and get unexpanded and all that kind of stuff. And the first way to get your, say you set up your Raspberry Pi with main cell and for some reason it's not showing up on your Wi-Fi. The one way is to just take the Pi and or the printer over to the Wi-Fi router. I have a mesh router, which is kind of nice. I can kind of move it anywhere and then plug something into it. I need a Ethernet cable though. Let me grab one of those. So I think this might be done expanding by now, but let's say that you tried to set up Wi-Fi on your Pi in main cell, either with the the Pi supplicant file or the Wi-Fi supplicant file, or you did it in Raspberry Pi Imager or whatever, and it's just not showing up on your Wi-Fi. I see so many people spend so much time doing so much crazy stuff with Nmap and just all this stuff trying to get it to work. And what I will typically do is just literally take the Pi and or printer over to my router, or get a really, really long Ethernet cable, or have a mesh Wi-Fi router, and then plug it in. And so, if I do so, it will show up on my network, and I can run Raspberry Pi config through SSH, and I can show you guys how that works. So let me see if it's showing up on my Wi-Fi now, or excuse me, my Ethernet. Main cell OS. So I didn't give it a host name or anything like that. What is this IP address? 229. So this is plugged into my router via Ethernet. It showed up in my Wi-Fi settings, and if I go to 192.168.86.226, was that it? 229. Then we can see main cell is up and running. So personally, I don't see why a bunch of people spend a ton of time, doing a lot of crazy stuff to try to get it to show up on Wi-Fi. From here, I can, let's see, SSH Pi at 192.168.86.229. Trust it, yes. And we are SSH'd into it, so I can run raspi config. Do I need to do sudo with that? You guys can't see all that much. And my password again. And boom, we can go in and we can set all of our stuff. So we can do system options, wireless LAN, make sure we set it up for US. And we can enter in our SSID, so on and so forth. I'm going to cancel out of that, finish, and we're going to unplug it from the Ethernet. So, say you do not want to take your Raspberry Pi over to your router, you don't have a mesh Wi-Fi network, you don't have a really long Ethernet cable. The other way is to get it plugged into HDMI and do things that way. So I'm going to unplug this guy. My camera actually has the right kind of HDMI, I think. So I can plug this guy in to HDMI, and then if I switch to this cam, yeah, that's the best way to do it, but I'm on the Voron Discord a lot, and there's a lot of people whose Pi don't show up on their wireless network for whatever various reasons. So I've been trying to figure out ways to show people how to, get into their Pi if they don't show up on your Wi-Fi. I think 90% of the time it shows up on the Wi-Fi fine, but for whatever reason, some people have a lot of problems with it. So you can do basically the same thing if you have the right HDMI cable, I'm dropping all sorts of stuff, but you can hook up a keyboard via good old USB. I don't really need any of the MCUs connected right now anyway, so unplug that guy. Plug this guy in. Again, you could walk this over to your computer, walk just the Pi over to your computer. Plug it into HDMI. Hello, Reds. My guess, typo in SSID or hostname. I don't trust people using IT stuff. Yeah, that's probably a very common problem, but I'm just trying to show people an alternative way if you can't get it to show up on your Wi-Fi. So I'm going to log in. Pi, default password is raspberry. And we are in. So again, we can from here run sudo raspi config. I'm doing pretty good, Reds. How are you doing? And we are into the raspi config. So that's two ways. If you burn main cell onto an image, there's something that can happen sometimes where the first time you power up a Pi, it has to do a whole bunch of SSH config. It has to expand your volume. It has to take a lot of stuff that's on that boot supplicant file or those supplicant files on the boot drive and convert them over onto your main actual drive. So if it's ever the case that that's just not working for you for whatever reason, plug it into a HDMI cable and into a monitor, plug in a USB keyboard and or plug it into your router. So I figured I'd just show this as a way to help people troubleshoot because I've seen a lot of people having problems. I have to get going already. It's 6:30 a.m. Thanks for hopping in. Looking forward to your next stream. Chris has Chris's living room workbench, and he's designing a poor man's 3D printer, or poor man's Core XY right now, which is going to be $100 for a Core XY printer, mostly printed with a lot of common parts. So if you guys are interested in printer design, definitely check that out. So now we're actually going to go through with the Wi-Fi setup through here. And I'm gonna hide that from you guys. No, I didn't want that to show up. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now if you switch back to desktop, hopefully it doesn't show my Wi-Fi credentials. What does it actually say? What if we do IF big? Which desktop? Oh no, not desktop, that's why. It's the camera. Back, tab, finish, IF config. Do we have a Wi-Fi connection? I can't really read that. My monitor. I'll close my eye if it shows your Wi-Fi. I appreciate that. What's going on over here? Oh, I need to SSH into it again. Or did my IP change because I connected to the Wi-Fi? I wish I could read that tiny text. What is my IP address according to this? I can also see what the IP address is on my router. Yeah, the IP address changed when it got a Wi-Fi address. So it is now 230. And boom. So I don't know, I might clip this and make it into a little video. I know a lot of people who have trouble with their Pi not showing up on their Wi-Fi, and I've seen people spend hours and hours and hours trying to troubleshoot it using all sorts of crazy Windows tools like Nmap and a bunch of other stuff, and I think it's way easier to just bite the bullet, move your computer or your printer over to your router, plug it in, and then SSH, or you can plug it into a monitor and use a keyboard. So yeah. Whenever my stuff doesn't work, all I gotta do is restart my computer. Yeah, that tends to help. Have you tried turning it off and on again? It's a pretty classic setup. All right, the next steps are going to be to follow the Voron documentation. We've installed the mainsail. You need to go to the update manager and get stuff updated. Tex Peppers, this little V0 is awesome, thank you. I don't know if there's a good way for me to set it up to show you the panel. That's what I'm really happy with on this printer, is this hex panel. So this was developed or designed by Mandic Really, and then I kind of copied Zombie's use of a textured build plate and printed it on my MKS3, but I think that looks really cool. So not quite as nice of a design as Zombie and some of the other guys. Steve has some really cool color schemes too, but I'm really happy with that. Bro, I swore I was gonna get a V0 next, but I accidentally skipped it. These printers absolutely amaze me. I love all the Vorons. I want to build all of them, to be completely honest. Please click the refresh button. Let's go over to desktop. And refresh. Oh, I need to refresh up here. So we are looking at the Voron kind of first time boot installation guide. Honestly though, this is one of the nicest color schemes that doesn't just focus on a single color. Thank you. I built a 2020 format V0 called the Tiny M. I also have 2 Tridents. Yeah, the printers for ants are so awesome too. All of those just crazy versions of printers. I'd like to build a Trident. I'd like to build a Salic fork. I'd like to build a Micron and a 2.4. Have you already, or do you have interest in building Core XY Enderwire? I have a box full of Ender 3 scraps over there that is going to be turned into an Enderwire soon. So yes, I do have some plans to build an Enderwire. So we're following these instructions. As soon as you have MainTel loaded, it's highly recommended you make sure the software is up to date. At times, the download image file contains are out of date. Click Machines, Update Manager, and Update. So most of our stuff is out of date. Crow's Nest is not too far behind. Clipper isn't too far behind. Nothing is like hugely, really far behind, but we're gonna update everything. And everything. Like most color schemes I've seen, it's like main plus black or gray, yeah. Sweet, I just found your channel for the first time tonight. I'm gonna sub. I hope you make that Enderwire. It's gonna be the next thing after this, I think. I can't think of anything that's gonna get pushed out in front of this. I do have a Prusa MK3S and I have an MMU2 kit, and then I have the upgrade to the MMU3. I might do that after this, before the Enderwire, but the Enderwire will be the next kind of like full printer build. But thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. I've seen you in Fedder's chat in 3D Print SOS, I'm pretty sure. So we are updating. We need to grab the LDO printer config. Where are we gonna grab that from? Where's the freak build notes? Build notes. Find config. EFG. Printer. That's something I would expect that they would just have like linked immediately in here. LDO V0, V0.2-S1, firmware, printer.config, raw, select all, copy, and we're gonna come over here, wait for it to restart. Everything's up to date. We need to make a printer config. We're going to paste the LDO default printer config in here. Save and restart. It's not gonna work, but okay, now we need to flash our MCUs. Yeah, 3D Printing SOS is the man. Fedder, I got to meet him at Earth this year, which was really cool to meet him in person after talking online a lot. Yeah, I'm in his stream quite a bit. So let's bring up this guy. Need to SSH into 230 this time. Yes, trust it. LS USB. So we should see two MCUs plugged into this, an RP 2020 flashing firmware. What is the other ls command? ls dev by serial. Why aren't you pasting? Copy, copy, copy. Paste. None of our MCUs are showing up. We've done that. We've done that. Didn't mean to zoom in. What are you guys doing tonight? Are you up early or are you up late? I am up late. Why is my SKR Pico not showing up? It's a USB device. I'm up late, but it isn't that late yet. Only about midnight there, yeah. I'm up late for normal people. It's almost 1 o'clock. I think we're gonna call it around 1 o'clock, but I want to see how far into the software config I could get. Yeah, we don't have any USB devices showing up. Let's restart now that we've done a system update. We'll reboot. Of course, Jeff is working on a printer. But like 12 to 1 a.m. is normal for me, yeah. I'm a little bit of a night owl. I get like a second wind. Like 11 o'clock will hit, and if I'm not like in bed ready to go to sleep, then I just get like this. All right, we're doing something. We're building something. We're fixing something. We're cleaning something. It was useful in like college. When I could go to like the library and just stay up all night. Yeah, we've got one thing connected. No, we don't have anything showing up on our USB. Why is that? Both are clearly plugged into USB. Both have power. I've unplugged and replugged both. Maybe because there's absolutely no firmware on the Pico yet, but I would think it would still show up as something. So I will I will throw the boot on this guy. And hit reset a few times and see if that gets the SKR Pico to show up in boot mode. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Okay. So now we can build the firmware and flash it. It'll apt install make. So it was interesting, there was no firmware on this at all. I don't remember that being the case the last time. PD into clipper. Let's try to do setup like this. Make menu config. Microcontroller RP2024. 2040, can't talk. Enable low-level extra features. They don't have the bootloader offset listed. Flash chip, W25Q, that looks right. USB, USB IDs. I guess we don't need to actually change that. You, yes, make clean, make, oh, you guys are talking. 6 tool head is cool. All right, the way I like to flash the Pi is to do it, or I'm sorry, flash any of my boards is to do it straight through the Raspberry Pi. I don't like transferring stuff to Windows or using SD cards. Whenever possible, I try to always just flash via the Pi. So what we're doing right now is mounting the Raspberry Pi as a device because it shows up just like on Windows as a media device or like a storage device. We're going to copy the firmware we just built onto that mounted drive, and then we are going to unmount that drive. Now if we take off the boot pin, reset the board, and run the LSUSB, we see that it is the OpenMoko, which is good. Then if you run the Dev by serial, we've got our serial. So the alternative is to like plug this into your computer and transfer it over WinSCP and all that kind of stuff. I don't really like to do that. I prefer doing it this way. Now we can go into our printer config and we know what our main board serial is. Oh, sorry, MCU. Save and restart. You did all Revos and all the toolheads? That's awesome. Expensive, but awesome. So now we need to try to figure out why we can't see our other Pico. I'll reset it a couple times. There it is. I just had to hit reset on it. I hope it doesn't have that bug. Hey, Matthew. Thanks, man. The emojis aren't showing up in the chat ninja, but thank you for the $5 super chat. How is it going? Thank you for dropping into the stream. We are done with our electronics for the time being and getting stuff initially set up. So I just flashed the first Raspberry Pi, or excuse me, the first Pico, and we're gonna flash the other one. Good, hope you've been well. I've been pretty good building printers, having fun chatting with people. This makes it a whole lot better for me to stay up late and work on printers, to have people to talk to. So I really appreciate everybody in the chat. But I think we're gonna have to reflash this, because if I do by serial, which one did I already have on my clipboard? I already had F4D, so if I grab this guy and put it into the printer config, I'm guessing it's going to be on a different version of Clipper. Let's save and restart. I would go with Bamboo Lab clones. They're really, really inexpensive. Yeah. All right, so both our MCUs are showing up. Our umbilical is on Clipper version 10, so we need to flash it to get it up to date to be on version 12. So kind of the same thing with it. We need to find the boot select. I might have to use a pair of tweezers in order to get this guy on. That is inside my printer somewhere now. That jumper is not coming out until I take the bottom panel off. So need to get this jumper put on. Don't fall off, please. Don't fall into the printer. We will reset the Pi or the Pico. Oh, do we have to do like one, the other, and then the other? 1, 2, and let go? Is that how it works? Yeah, so you have to hit reset, boot select, and then let go of both. Now we can basically run all those commands again to flash this guy. So we want to sudo mount dev the chat off of there so you guys can actually see. Sudo mount dev, and we copy the file over, and we unmount it, take off our boot select pins, I need a pair of pliers to get this thing off. My fingers definitely aren't fitting in there. And now when we reset it, you should now see both open Mocos. These shouldn't have changed. C6A. C6A. And if we save and restart, so you have 9 borons? 9 borons? All right, we have all of, or both of our MCUs on and up to date. If we hop over to dashboard, we have a bunch of warnings that we need to sort out. We've got our extruder temperature, we've got our heater bed temperature, and our chamber temp. We'll add the MCU to that eventually. What does LDO tell us we need to do? Not mix up the MCU pass for SKR Pico. Doing so can result in unintended damage to your printer or mainboard. Okay. Oh, that's where they have the link to the config files. What else do we need to download? Just printer.cfg. Already did that. But their guide links you to the V0.2 and not the V0.2-R1. That's not good. Their links need to go out to the most, like this is the default branch, and their links go to the older V0.2 branch. 2 switch wires, 2 2.4s, 2 tridents, 2 microns, and a V0.2 and a legacy. Dang. That's living the dream. I want to build all those printers. Now I guess we need to click through the printer config and do the things that they say. Uncomment one of these. We have main cell. If you guys didn't know, you can hit Control and question mark to uncomment a line in the main cell editor. That's really nice and handy. We swapped those two in. Main control board, we've already flashed it. Things to check, MCU path, good. These motor currents should be set for us already. Wow, y'all are wild. Have you ever had all 9 or all 23 going at once? I got 3 right now, just 2 days ago. Got my 4th on the way, but gonna be super overwhelmed. I use the enclosed printers and the girlfriend uses open air. Thermistor type should be set for us. We need to do a PID tune. That is going to be in our software configuration. Got all of this done for us because LDO. I guess we can do our like stepper buzzes and all that stuff, right? Verify temperatures, we've already done that. I need to put this right next to that. Verify heaters. Set them to 50 and make sure that they start to heat. Our extruder fan turned on, you guys can see, that's good. It's fairly quiet. I'd say quieter than the VDS times that I put on the FormBot. Overshot temperature a little bit, but we need to do a PID tune anyway. Let's heat up the bed to 50. I like building, but my switch wires run amazing. Even put 0.25 nozzles on them, printing dragons at 0.2 layer height. Come out great. Love the belted Z hop on them. The bed is heating up. Taking a little bit longer to get to 50 than I expected. Is it not set to 100%? No, max powers. Maybe because the PID tune hasn't been done. It's heating up, so we should be good there. We verified the heater. Stepper motor check. We need to do our stepper buzzes. Wish you could easily copy this. The button. We're gonna do a stepper buzz X. I'm going to look at our actual pulleys. They went clockwise. initially. And then back counterclockwise. The motor will rotate clockwise first and then back clockwise. Let me double check. Clockwise and counterclockwise. Looks good. Do stepper buzz Y. That looks good. And I guess we can do Z, right? Z went in the positive direction first. All the stepper buzz is good. We Gucci. And stop check. You should be able to just go to machine, query and stops, all open. Then if we press the Z and refresh, it's triggered, let it go, refresh, open, and the X and Z will be during the sensorless tuning, XY homing check. First, a bit about sensorless. Beautiful color scheme, thank you. I really like it. My first Voron build was pretty plain, just black and blue. So I decided to try to find a cool theme for this one, and if you can't tell, it's Halo / Master Chief. You've got the 117 in there, the UNSC, the Xbox symbol, and my logo. It's mostly the Polymaker Army Green ASA with some accents of the Galaxy Dark Gray. And then there's a little bit of black I threw in there, the Galaxy Black, and then the gold. So the gold up top is kind of to go with the Master Chief's helmet. So yeah, that was the color scheme I was going for. All right, we're about to do a homing check. But I need to have my hand near the emergency stop. It's Homex. That worked. It's home what? That worked. I think that's all good. What are you going to print first? That's a good question. Somebody told me I needed to print something for Master Chief or from Halo, like a Master Chief bust. So glad it's working. So happy for you. Like, it took me a really long time to tune sensorless homing on the other V0 kit, so I'm really glad that worked just like out of the gate. We don't have a lot of macros and other config stuff set up, so we need to do that. But having a default config set up by LDO with good values for all their motors saves so much time. I had to tune all that stuff with the previous printer. Bed locating, you don't have to worry about. We need to home Z. I didn't do that yet. Z motion seems pretty good. No binding. And stop switch works. Nice. That is pretty dope. So this was like 2 hours of me tuning sensorless, getting the config set up right, even though I wired everything to the base SKR Pico. I still had to, like, you know, make some small changes. This just works. They want us to do a Z and stop calibrate now. Or should we do bed screws? Do you do Z and stop calibrate first or bed screws? They say Z and stop calibrate. Digital homing with my form bot was also a pain, yeah. I hope that the config I provide for people helps them get a good, you know, good way started with some decent values, but yeah. That's why I name it my Voron XL. I'm gonna do bed screws first. If you guys think that's wrong, let me know. Your config was fantastic. I followed it along with your stream from that part and I had no problems. Central was home, it just took forever going down to values, yeah. I guess I could maybe provide my values in the file, but I feel like it's so different. I do bed screws adjustments, NZ offset. Yeah, the Voron guide kind of has it in a different. I mean, right now, it's gonna think that Z equals 0. Z equals 2. Here's where this cam might actually come in handy. Z equals 1. So I can already tell that when it hits when I tell it to go Z equals 0, it's gonna hit my rail stop. And it's going to grind up against the rail stop. So I know that I have more than 1 millimeter of space. I'm gonna tighten down my bed a little bit. I loosen up my rail stops and then I'm gonna tell it to go to Z equals 0. And now I'm gonna tighten up my rail stop. There's no real risk of the carriage coming off or anything like that. Now I can go to Z equals 10, home all. This is so blown because of this light. If I stick my hand in front of it, the color looks better. Maybe I need a hood for this camera. Homing speed's a little slow. You guys see that gap fairly well? Where is my feeler gauge? This is what I use. Just trying to make sure everything feels even from the different. That adjustment wasn't big enough, I don't think, to necessitate going around again. That's tighter. That feels about the same. That's looser. Sixty. Sure, and stop, calibrate. That's pretty good. Yeah, isn't that backwards, Matthew? What, doing the bed screws adjust first, like I just did? So what's the detriment of doing it this way versus doing Z and stop calibrate? Because if you do Z and stop calibrate first and your bed screws aren't aligned at all, isn't that gonna kind of possibly throw off your Z and stop calibrate? I mean, I'm gonna have to do a first print eventually anyway, but I mean, doing it that way, I feel like makes my Z offset 0. You know what I mean? Like, since I did the bed screws calibrate at Z equals 0, and then do the Z and stop calibrate with the bed screws leveled, my Z and stop calibrate is 0. Like I don't have an offset now. There it is, tilt screw adjust. The bed wasn't heated and all that kind of stuff, so I'm gonna have to do a Z and stop calibrate again, or I'm gonna baby step it when I do my first layer tuning. But I find that that's a good way. The thing I did with the rail stops, I've noticed a lot of people on the Voron forums have trouble with. So since this homes to Z max, it goes down, it clicks this, it finds that that's 0, and then it just tries to move up 120 millimeters, depending on your Z offset, but you don't have one set up first. If your rail stops are right on the end of the rail, sometimes it'll cause it to start to hit the rail stops before it actually reaches Z equals 0. And that causes you to skip steps, and when people start to print, their first couple of layers are super squished, and then everything evens out. So the thing I found to solve that is to, when I first do my first homing, I send it up to like Z equals 3, make sure I'm gonna have enough room, and then I loosen my rail stops, send it to Z equals 0, and then tighten the rail stops. And I don't know if you guys can see in there, but there, can you focus? The rail is recessed like 1 millimeter into the carriage. And I don't know if that's the best way to do stuff, but I've found that a lot of people have issues with their first layers when they don't do that, so. Yeah. Oh, I don't have the chat on this this view. Why is that? Up chat, turn it on. There we go. That's the way I do stuff. I don't know if it's the best way or not, but it seems to work out for me. PID. Maybe that'll make the bed heat up faster. Do 105. I didn't for real. For real didn't mean to question you at all. I'm learning my Voron stuff and still don't have one myself yet, but as soon as I can afford one, I want to build one watching content again. Yeah. I watched like several of Steve Build's streams on the V0, on the Switchwire, on his 2.4. I watched several of Nero's streams, ModBot, before I even ended up doing my own. So definitely the more content you watch, the better prepared you'll be. So, and don't worry about, I didn't think you were questioning me. I'm just explaining my thought process. Again, I don't know that it's 100% right. It's just kind of what I've noticed from working on my own printer and then also helping other people with printers. A lot of people, this rail stop thing is really funky. And I think it just has to do with people not being used to printers that home to max. Like the concept kind of gets thrown off of what like the 0 point is. So this is taking a while to heat up. Considering it's a fairly high wattage heater. Am I imagining that? I only have a couple Creality printers and one Bamboo Lab, so there's my print corner. We've got the FormBot V0, which is out of commission because the clipper expander is broken, so I need to build out another one of those. We've got Creality CR10, which still has Marlin on it, still fairly basic. It's got like a pet fang on it, pet's fang. Creality Ender 3, Creality Ender 3, and then my Voronified TiVo Tornado. So that was kind of my printing history. I've got a Prusa in the other room over there, and then my Maker Select Plus and my Tron XY X1 and my Elegoo Mars are all out in the garage. Make sure config is not set to 60% power. Yeah, we can take a look at that again. Doesn't this seem a little slow for you though? It is getting warm. Bed heater. Max power is not set to 60. Only need it for 100-watt heating pads. Technically, we should have that on, right? According to this. Max temp 120. It's got a PID in there. Maybe the PID is just really off. What would you say is the all-time favorite printer? I think the Prusa right now, the MK3S, if I want a pretty print out of PLA, I print it on the Prusa. I mean, my V0 can print a pretty PLA print, you know, like weird stuff that I print out for going to the gym and holding phones and stuff like that. But if I want a really pretty PLA print that I don't worry about going fast on, I print it on the Prusa. It just works. I don't see anything in the heated bed. This should be the right type. Smooth time, max temp, PID. Can you cut some vinyl for your V0? Cool. I saw your message. I know there's interesting rules about, like, you're not supposed to show your Discord stream or screen on stream. So I try not to open up Discord on stream. But I will check it out after we're done. That PID done yet? No, it's still heating up. What is up with that? I mean, it says it's at 100%. It's heating up very, very conservatively. Okay, after the PID, it'll heat up quicker. That makes sense, but it just seems like fairly slow. Hey, David, Modern Magician, how's it going? I want an MMU Prusa so bad. I'm curious if the Prusa XL quality compares to the MK3 and MK4. I don't have any things to directly compare. I did see them at IRF, and the quality of the prints coming off the XL they had there seemed pretty good, but you know, it's a printer that they're taking to a trade show, so they're gonna make sure it's turning out pretty good prints. Of course, just got a vinyl cutter, been playing around with it. I sent a few of the vinyls I cut for your V0. Nice, I'll take a look. What are you up to, David? So I work with Modern Magician. The printer is looking pretty good. Overhead. So we got a custom back panel here. Custom color scheme. I'm really happy with the colors so far. I want to do a little bit more, have a couple more accents in a couple spots, but testing that King Rune tri-extrusion? What is that? Tri-extrusion filament? It's PCB LDO bed. Is that a PCB heater and not a Canovo? Yeah, it's a PCB. It's the Polymide Bed from LDO. So I'm not sure what the specific specs of the Polymide Bed are. Yeah, I got some as a beta. Gotcha. Yeah, let me know if you print anything cool out. You're mostly printing on your Bamboo Labs now, right? Man, how many cycles is this gonna do? Oh, that bed is really thick too. I didn't realize that. Yeah. It's a thick boy. I think it's thicker than the spec calls for. The spec is what, 6 millimeters? I feel like this might be a little bit thicker. Yeah, this is like closer to 8 or 9. 8mm exactly. David, you called it right. It is very Halo themed. So if I switch to this camera, whoop. Oh, this camera inverts or switches orientation. So you've got 117 down there, and then UNSC, and then the Xbox symbol, and also my logo and the Voron logo. So yeah, you spotted it correctly. The gold up here is kind of like Master Chief's visor and helmet. We might do some more cool stuff with the color scheme down the road, but well spotted. Oh, you have 2 X1 carbons now? Check. My wireless mic thing is dying. I gotta hook it up to USB. Can you guys hear me now? Mic check, 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 checking the mic. Okay. That's a first. It's never died on stream before. Good now, okay. Man, this PID tune is still going. What is the default cycles for Clipper for PID tune? Like 10 cycles? Is it variable? While we wait on that, let's clean some stuff up. Is anybody else weird and I collect the little baggies that everything comes in and keep them and then I never use them? I say I'm gonna use them, or pretend like I'm gonna use them and then they just kind of sit somewhere in a box. It is nice to have stuff like this when you need it and you don't have to go out and buy it or order it from Amazon. That feels kind of good. So I definitely want to reprint these skirts. I don't think they turned out all that great on the Prusa. There's a bit of extrusion inconsistency. Yeah, I have every one of those Ziploc bags. Okay. Inside of a Ziploc baggie. Okay, I'll check and see what the results of mine. Well, I can see what they had in there by default. Uh, 69 minus 68, 2. Yours is 1. The derivative is really different. Yours is 1,017 or 1,117. Mine is 426. Maybe that's what was very different. See, 1 cycle, 2 cycle, 3 cycle, 4 cycle. Got our SKR Pico box. Use zip tie. This little plastic thing. Go recycling this trash. I've just never had a PID. I think PID tunes take longer in Clipper from what I'm used to in Marlin. This is like the longest one I've ever had. Like 5 is the default cycles. Maybe it'll be done soon. Soon TM. My Gridfinity tool setup, it's working out fairly well. Random fan. Boxes can go over there. Still going. I mean, it's a really nice flat. Like the temp swings aren't huge. It's not like it's overshooting, so. Kind of makes me want to like check out my thermistor and make sure it's okay. Jeez Louise. It's actually, since my tool head is so close, it's actually causing the tool head fan to come on. There we go. So those values are much closer. Can you see those, Jeff? No, you can't. These values are much closer to what you got, what you passed in. 1.1, 1086, 69. What is it? It's integral derivative proportion integral derivative, PID. Save config. I think the Z homing speed's a little conservative. Oh, you did yours at 110, I did mine at 105. Go back up to 30, please. And then we'll do 220 for the extruder. Is it extruder or hot end? It's extruder. My NeoPixel isn't turning on. I just noticed that. We still have warnings that we need to get cleared up. Bed screws, T-tilt we don't have to worry about. The offset adjust, quad gantry, fine tuning, Z height. E steps. Is this seated all the way? Why doesn't that look like it's seated well enough? It wasn't. That's cycling obviously quite a bit faster. We did not mount our filament holder. There's a couple special pieces for it somewhere. You can smell that fresh hot end smell. Like some shipping oil burning off. Yeah, that took way less time. Save that. LDO go over how to mount their limit holder. Spool holder. Gotta sneeze. That was a heck of a sneeze. Okay, so their spool holder's kind of different, special. It kind of like allows you to collapse it by taking it in and out, like it doesn't pivot. How does it go on there? What am I missing? Oh, she slides onto the extrusion a bit. That's interesting. That's pretty tight. But that's upside down. What did I do wrong? Oh, does it go this way instead? I think it does. Not aligned right. Oh, that's right. So you can put it that way to have the spool holder out, or you can lift it up and rotate it 90 degrees and it'll get the spool holder out of the way. The LDO's got a lot of little kind of interesting custom parts. What's causing this to rock? Oh, it's just uneven right there. Let's try to push a little bit of plastic. For open air, PLA would be best. Got some Polymaker Polylite PLA. This is a nice red. I think I got this at Earth. I'm not going to put the Bowden tube on. fully. We'll just stick this in there. And see if we can push a little bit of plastic. Out of here. Have a good night. Thanks, Matthew. And I'll. Swap mics. Guess I've been streaming too long. But yeah, I'll check in on your DM after the stream and talk to you on the Discord. Have a good night. Thanks for hopping in. All right, let's see what it do. I didn't do a stepper buzz on the extruder. I tend not to, but stop. Getting a buzzing sound on the extruder. Start the printer. Everybody tapping out, yeah. It's gonna be that time of night. Can't get him fed in correctly. This should just in and through. I guess I can do stepper buzz extruder. Can't really see anything. I'm getting a very loud buzzing sound from the extruder. Like it's wired incorrectly. Strange. Not everybody's gone yet. Maybe my gear meshing is off and it's causing it to kind of bind a little bit. Everything should be right in the LDO config. All right, I can manually push filament through. When I tell it to extrude, it's just buzzing. Not moving the gears at all. Plugged in correctly. Everything's seated up there. Yeah, something's off with the extruder. Been messing around with my Chirality SE extruder for months. Just finally got a Sherpa Mini and modeled my own shroud, getting perfect extrusions now. Had horrible inconsistencies. Gotcha. Yeah, something is either up with the config, the way I put the tool head together, or the wiring, which is causing it to just buzz. It kind of sounds like when a stepper motor is wired wrong. You guys know what I mean? Where it just kind of chatters and doesn't actually move. I don't know why that would be though. Gear ratio, rotation distance, we can't tune yet. Filament diameter's right. Extruders in spread cycle, so I don't know what's up. Maybe the current's just too low. Which motor do I have? It might say it on the motor kit. Motor kit box down here. We got the LDO 36 STH20. Dash 154 154AH VRN. Yeah, that looks like what we have the current setup for. Maybe it's the meshing on the motors. I'm not sure what to do for that besides just loosen it a bit. Even when I have this open and try to tell it to extrude, it just buzzes. Might be binding, yeah. I might have to disassemble the toolhead a little bit. But that might actually be a good place to call it for the day. We got a whole lot done. I'll go ahead and hit cool down and then switch to the main cam. But yeah, I'm really happy with the build so far. This extrusion problem is kind of the only major problem we ran into, aside from some of the nut bars stripping out in the very beginning of the build. I do have some critiques of some of the documentation. Some of it's super detailed in a couple places, like how to set up the DIN mounts that they tell you to download. There's just nothing. So I think that they can improve that a little bit, but still, generally the LDO documentation is probably still the best of any V0 kit. Definitely better than FormBot, because FormBot has nothing. And then I think it's better than what I've seen from Pisec and Cybor as well. So I think if they can just kind of button that up and make it a little bit more streamlined, it'll make everybody's builds go a lot easier. That said, the kit definitely has a lot of cool stuff that is making the build feel a whole lot easier than the FormBot kit. I'm really liking the quality of the parts. I'm really liking a lot of the feature adds. The wiring was super easy. Having the pre-built printer config was so much easier than when I had to kind of make my own out of the SKR Pico for the particular build and tune everything in. So that was just like so nice, being able to have sensorless homing already working and have the printer config already nice and set up. So yeah, there's still a couple things I need to do in terms of the first time setup. I want to figure out what's up with this extruder that it's buzzing. But yeah, I've been having a really good time with the build. Thank you for everybody who's tuned in. Again, I want to thank MatterHackers for providing this kit for me to build on stream and have fun with you guys. If you do want to pick one up, go ahead and check out the links in the description. They've got 2.4 kits, they've got Trident kits, they've got Fadus extruders, they've got E3D, Revo extruders, all the different nozzle variants that you can imagine, free shipping within the US, and also they offer rewards for your purchases so you can continue to buy stuff on their site like I do. But thank you again for everybody who's tuned in, and I will see you in the next stream. Peace.